You take the first three and then pass it along. But just tell them taking the next three.
Yes, yesterday we had several stores and they don't.
But I don't want to separate things. If somebody wanting to use it.
Oh, it's the opposite of the person that we want.
Yeah. Where's the very situation for us who are.
Yes. Yes, so that we thought as we put it.
Yeah.
That discuss what it was showing up. And but for the person, it's going to.
Yeah, we're telling you this about. Send you their suggestions.
Okay.
That way you get them to get involved.
One of the ICH groups has named themselves the Rebels. Yeah.
Boy, tell you. A rough crowd. This is a rough crowd you're dealing with, you know.
And Andrea is the leader. Could you imagine?
Put your foot wrong, you
You
will
just,
find
you
out.
just never know with people, you know. Good morning, good morning. Morning, morning. Yeah. You just never know. All right, everyone. Good morning. I know we have a young lady just walking in. Saying let's see whose name I didn't remember yesterday, so I can't forget anymore. The unforgettable Celine Dion.
Forever.
Yeah. Let me see who else. The lady, the D. I want to say Damaris, say Dolores,
Delicia.
Delicia.
You're not gonna remember.
I'm telling you. I think there's a Latin song I'm trying to associate it with something. Delicia.
Why you leave me so?
Oh, why you leave me so? And your Kelvin. I was saying Kevin. Dexter from Dexter's Lab.
That's for sure.
Eugenia that I know, say Eugenia, but she's a baker. The baker Eugenia that I know. Yeah, she does excellent pastries. You don't? Okay. All right, so let me welcome you again to the middle of the week. It's the day before field work, so we are not leaving here till we are ready. So it's going to be a long day. Feel free to get up, stretch at your leisure, relax. It's going to be a relaxed day. We'll be doing some fun things. You'll be the star of the show in today's preparations. You have your phones, right? Celine, I know, could I ask you for your help again, please? I know we're breaking you up from Caribou, but trying to recruit you over here to Grenada. Yeah, so there's another reason. There's another reason Peter is saying that you were his support system or you're his IT person yesterday.
I want to mention something important.
Yes, ma'am.
For those who don't have the phone, today before you leave, you will be able to have your phone for the purpose of tomorrow.
Okay, so you see notice that Wednesday's timetable just got a little bit longer. So we're going to continue with the methods and techniques, looking at audio recording, photography, taking a break, looking at interviewing, and then ground preparations into inventory. So basically, we're going through the process that you would use and you repeat each time you do inventorying work, no? Continuous compilation and documentation of Grenada's ICH, the continuous documentation of Caribou and the T Martinique's ICH, and that is what we have so far in our heads is a national inventory, the representation from the three territories. Now you notice that there's a recap. We didn't identify anyone yesterday for a recap, and there was we looked out yesterday because the thing that we're dealing with today relates directly to how we'll start the day. We asked Nadina and Rachel to develop something where they get our permission to use the media release, not to use the photographs and so on that we provide. And so it's a way of practicing what we'll be doing later on. So I just wanted to ask Nadina and Rachel to just start us off with that if possible, please. And then you can handle it however you want to. Right here. You can come close, if you want. Okay.
So, Nadina, last night worked on our internal content form, so that's for us to in the workshop. So yesterday we were talking about the challenges that we encounter high schoolers being photographed all the time or interviewed all the consent, or if the consent is not properly informed of what it's going to be used for. And the being used, and so we talked about this on the there are just nothing out of it. You end up in areas where there is not one there, areas where there like this to go to. So we started out with our internal person because this has been a conflict for her and this workshop, person on Facebook, on Facebook, and YouTube. So we're on the internet, our words are there, things that we say are there, it's recorded, very long permanently, and of course, photos and so on that we use for the practice go towards promoting this project that we're working on. So it's a component that sets the practice for when we're out there. By giving our own consent and making sure we understand how we're going to go into whether we accept or approve the sharing my image for education of the program, for promotion of the program, so that everyone can learn more about it through us. So it's a simple form.
It's on the phones, right?
Yeah,
So you can stop.
if you don't want to that's the same header that we have on our heritage with stock information. So that sets the background or the locale for the consent form. So it's a participant media release form that we are calling this one. When we do the one for outside, it will be ICH bearer media consent form as well as the prior informed consent form. So we're looking at having two forms because in some cases we may be taking photos of persons, but not necessarily interviewing them for the ICH. We might just want the permission to use their image. So just to read through it quickly, it starts I and you insert your name, workshop participant, grant permission to, and here we have representing the Grenada National Trust. So whether we are saying Daryl or Adriana or whoever on behalf of the National Trust, here and after known as GNT, to use my image, photographs and or video taken at this ICH inventorying workshop or deriving from its events and programs for use in documentation, education, and promotion of the Grenada ICH inventorying project. Now, in terms of that I put in there, Grenada ICH inventorying project. I'm not sure if we really have a name for what, like actual name for, but like it's part of my heritage, but the subheading below that is workshop on, that's what we have. But when we go out there, we're not going to say we're doing a workshop. We're going to say we're doing. Yeah. We have to. So we need a title to be able to tell people.
Grenada pilot inventory project.
So for Thursday, we're going to say pilot, but when we're doing the real thing, what are we going to call it?
So inventory.
Okay. So what I have there is okay. Grenada ICH inventorying project is okay. Okay, right. So, and then below that we have, I consent to my image and likeness being used in all of the following, and you check all that apply. So the ones that you're not okay with, you leave them blank. The ones that you're okay with, you tick them off. And if there's anything else that's in discussion, in the event with the bearer that you're talking to, if there's anything else at that time, you think of that's not on the list that you may want to put the image in, they write it in there and they check the checkbox there. I hereby waive any rights to inspect or approve the finished photographs, video, or electronic matter that may be used by GNT now or in the future, whether that use is known to me or unknown. So that means whether GNT decides to send it to England, whether it goes to, yeah, so they don't have to tell you every time they upload the photo in a new video or a new ad or a new news article. So that's what unknown means. You might come across the article and see the picture, but you know you already signed the release for them to be able to use it. So known or unknown, where am I? And I waive any rights to royalties or other compensation arising from or related to the use of the image. So for us here, we're not really expecting for these pictures to first be getting payment for it. For the bearer, there will be a clause for whether there is going to be royalties or remuneration or whether there's not going to be. Okay, so then we have, please initial the paragraph below that certifies that we are
able-bodied. So I am 20 years of age and older. I am competent to contract in my own name. I have read this release before signing below, and I fully understand the contents, meaning, and impact of the release. I understand that I may ask questions regarding this release verbally or in writing prior to signing, and I agree that my failure to do so will be interpreted as free and knowledgeable acceptance of the terms of this release. For the version for the bearers, we'd also have an option for parents and guardians to sign for children. So they would initial whichever option applies to them, whether they are the person who is 20 years or older, or whether they are the guardian of said person. And then below, we just have the signature, a date, where they would put their full name, their address and contact, so that if need be, they can be gotten back in contact with, especially in the case of if it's a random person on the street that we see and we take pictures, but we're not really interviewing them. We may at a future date want to interview them. So we'll have their contact information to call them up and say, hey, we did this on this date. Are you willing to come in to do an interview? And then we would give them the ICH inventory consent form to fill out at that time. Yeah.
Someone is saying here that I agree that my failure to do so will be considered as free and knowledgeable acceptance. Some person here, do you want to share?
So I just want to get some clarity on that statement.
Okay, so
because if I didn't sign, I don't see why I should be interpreting that as giving consent.
Oh, no. So it's you. So the sentence reads, I may ask questions prior to signing. And if I don't ask the questions before I sign, then that means that I have given my consent because I have signed and I have not asked any questions. I have not expressed that there was anything that I didn't understand. So once you sign, you are saying I accept all the terms and conditions. That's basically what signing means. So before you sign is when you have to ask all of your questions. You can't sign and then say, oh, well, explain this, I didn't understand. Oops. So that's why we have that there to make sure that all questions are asked, everyone is clear before any signing is done. So failure to ask those questions and then still signing after will be interpreted as I have given free knowledgeable acceptance of all of the terms.
How did you decide on the age 20?
Well, actually, there was a template, and we're thinking of dropping it to 18.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that that's the usual age of the adults.
Yeah. But I think all of us here are over 20, so I left it as 20 for our.
Yeah. This is for the internal.
Yeah. So for the ICH one and for the free prior and informed consent form, we said that we would drop it to 18.
Thank you.
Question, is there another form for the person that we have to do?
Yes. So there's going to be one that's from ICH bearer media release form, and then also the ICH inventory free prior informed consent form. So those two forms. Well, this one is just for us inside here.
This is so that when you appear on international news. So what do you guys think? So we have, I think, what a very nice example.
Good, great thoughts.
Excellent. So the process that you said, how you raise that concern, that's the exact same thing that will happen once you do this, right? Exact same thing. And that's fine. And Rachel was able to explain and all that, no? So the other part of it is giving the person signing enough time, reasonable time, no pressure kind of thing, to don't tell Monte show up now when that's not okay, right? So you have to be careful not to do it because you notice how it feels, right? You're wearing two hats in a sense. You'll be administering this and conducting this process on one hand. So you'll be the ones asking people to sign these forms. And then two, you also picture yourself signing the form. So you have two experiences with it, right? And you see what it feels like to do that. But Nadine and Rachel, thank you very much for getting us off to a wonderful start. We have professionals in the room. I thought I was like in law school just now. Rachel said, my God, it's big crowd.
The project have legal counsel in terms of vetting some of these things. We have to make sure that you make a law. And you have it vetted and not subject. Yeah, what you do when you are in good terms, what you do on good terms, it's not what you do on bad. So, legal counsel support the project.
Okay. Yes. It's good.
But they didn't share the other forms and processes.
Not yet.
Similar. Because I'm wondering if the persons that would go out there to be concerned about giving up any royalties and compensation. I mean, we as participants may not see that as an issue because we participate in a educational project that we're doing.
Good observation.
If this is their livelihood, if they want to get into some tangible way.
Okay, so that's good. When I heard it, thought of two things. This is not a project where this is not for profit. And then on the other hand, I thought to myself, well, it's just a way of protecting yourself, no? But you were thinking of it as the person signing it, not the person administering it. So it was just a way of protecting. If you're the administering, I said, okay, you could leave it there too, because well, you're not benefiting from it, no? You're just protecting yourself, right? Andrea?
Because I'm just thinking, okay, what if you put up a book, like let's say some image on your website, and then what is it to protect the person from other persons who may decide to do that streaming from your website?
Okay.
To make money.
So in that event, now you can take your lawyer and right.
Thank you, Rachel. The key thing to remember here, one second. A key thing to remember here in this regard, when you if you put these on like on a website or so on, there are a couple ways to deal with this. One, you put a disclaimer on the site, right, that explains that these cannot be reproduced or used for any other purpose without the express written consent, that sort of thing, the GNT. And then another way is to put in a bookmark or a watermark onto the photograph, so that even if they take it,
it's protected.
It's the watermark will indicate, and it will prevent them from using it in a way that they might imagine, no? All right. So I realized something, that you were not here yesterday. Yeah, I'm not high pointing that out, but I just realized that. Yeah. So you had a question?
No, I think you just said what I was going to say in terms of the way that you can say so that other people will not be able to pay for the product.
Okay.
After, you could give permission to use your work for non-profit benefit, which should not be used.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Andrea? Yeah, well, if you don't consent, well, there are two ways you could say I don't consent, but then if you want to collect the information of the person, contact information information, then that's one way to do it. Otherwise, you don't necessarily need it because then you're not consenting anyway, no? That's it. All right. All right.
So I opted for items that I do not consent, so that we can work on it. So then somebody else will not go back to them again. Not for this one, but for the options. Mutual consent. For the generation.
Why would you why do you envision that as a scenario? Have any experience with that?
No, I'm just thinking in terms of somebody when you approach them, they want all the projects and so on. But then maybe a week later, they talk to somebody, it's not the thing, or this week my picture will end up on Facebook or whatever. And then they have the right to come back to you and say,
very good. And you know why I like that? Because you're protecting the community. You're giving them that protection. Why, Peter?
Sometimes you pay that upfront.
Sure, people have the right to change their mind.
Yeah, you pay the right to change your mind at the beginning, meaning that again, it's informed consent. Informed consent also means full disclosure. So we as the practitioners have an obligation to give them full disclosure. We may not get the form. And again, no reason why we want to have all legal counsel advice. Because they will even help us with talking points. Because there's something you can tell somebody that is not written. All right? And can come back to got you over time. So again, the question of the legal counsel as well as how you say something. And sometimes the best defense is not to mention such things. It would not be legal. So we have to make sure we have all of these things well thought out. Because what you're raising is as a risk, and which is very important. You must list all the possible risks. For the success, and one of those things is to say, leave well alone, or put it in writing, or do full disclosure at the beginning, and those things.
Generally,
So you're raising a very good point.
Generally, for income control, scientifically, we're doing research that we should do it with the rights. Not only that, too, we do this to this, and we do this to benefits. And full disclosure. Nothing about telling them and not having it documented, no verbal kind of, everything has to be on that paper.
The thing is with the consent forms, and then taking it back after. At that point, you put all over the media already, you can't want to see that. You can't want to legal action. That's why you have to give ample time for them to sign. So they can go and so all possible negatives before signing. Because once you sign that, there's no take back, especially in this digital age. Once it's there,
it's hard to take back. So you're saying you're recommending not to do it?
Yeah. So legally, there's as far as I know, there's no legal. That's like selling your house, and that's the so like you know, I change my mind getting back my house. At that point,
I just want to mention something about our culture, and that is we like to be informal, and we see anything formal as a direct threat. Now, if you write somebody, they start to get nervous. That is worse than Ukraine situation for us. That's direct attack. So I think that if we are starting this exercise and we go into a community with a long legal form for people to sign off,
It's the same thing.
that could put them straight off. So I don't know how we're going to balance, try to be reasonable in this.
So consent can be gotten in other ways too. You can record the person saying, as I'm aware, and I am providing information to such and such, I give permission.
I think
So
so.
remember, some people can't write either, no? Some people can't read and write. So you have an obligation then to explain to them orally, recording this, and then having them respond to that, right?
Mhm.
And even a copy of that should be left with them
Okay, good.
as a rule of thumb.
Good. Judy?
That we have,
Yeah,
ethical rules
that
that
we have to follow. Yeah.
We have to get an agreement because we have to, these are the way we conduct ourselves.
Right, right. So you're setting precedents, no, in this particular scenario. Right, it's good that you're ventilating all of that because Rachel and Nadine, if you could just factor those discussions, even if it doesn't appear in the final forms or no, at least you will have a reference point when you do the full inventory, because the school is another matter, right? The school setting is another matter, right? Yeah. Parents. Mhm.
I just want to suggest, while you're doing the form, it might be useful to have as part of the permission, the notes, these additional. No, for us, in Canada, we need that to drill our parents.
All right. Let's give them a round of applause then. Thank you very much. So, with my show our hands so that we don't have to sign anything, and maybe we take a photograph of them having their hand up. Sort of thing. So please, by show of hands, please give your consent to have your photograph. Because you'll be photographing each other today.
Someday.
Oh, I forgot my lipstick.
And I forgot to tell you that all conversations are being recorded.
All right. So let's do that one more time. I missed it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we do have a couple people who.
I just wanted to add something with regards to what Mr. Dara would have shared about formality and how we are sticklers. Even after giving that form, that may is still there of us, that is when you know verbalize in a simplest of the forms, then it takes a reminder that hey, you are safeguarded. That's the bottom line. So once you give them that formal piece of paper and you, after doing that, put them at ease and say, look, you are safeguarded, then that should eradicate any other, resistance to
the situation at ease, no?
Yeah.
I'll tell you a real world, what will happen in the real world. And I think Peter and Andrea and Marlene have been having this experience already, Dexter. They've been running around making phone calls, calling multiple persons. So what they've been doing is that they've been building an existing relationship and developing transparency, establishing transparency and this sort of thing. What I remember sometime before, what we do, like I've had experience with this, what I do is actually I go into the communities prior to, sit with the persons that we'll be engaging with, talk with them first. You don't take any form. Don't take any format because we are an informal society really, but we have to be formal for the protection purposes. You go and you have a talk and you sit and then you come back with the people who will be in the real world. Now you come back with the people who will be coming and you have them familiar. Jane here, this is Nadine, this is Delicia, this is Monty. We'll be coming on Saturday morning. We're just passing by to say hello, right? Now the advantage of doing that too, and we'll see that shortly, is that all three persons in that team will get a visual of the person and the space in which they'll be interacting, right? They'll be getting a visual of that space. And so that gives them a sort of advanced knowledge of because when you start operating cameras and all, right away you have a visual in your mind what you're dealing with, right? So that's the other real world scenario we'll be dealing with, right?
One of the things I thought of is putting together like an interview to make the discussions, even though I have this, but in more simple terms for the person that I can send an answer to them. So at least even if they have to gather all the different artifacts or whatever it is, so we can, when we get there, the interview process and the video recording even runs smoother. Yeah, so I thought of that. Delicia brought up a point. She said, what if when we publish whatever information is gathered about the ICA, someone in the community comes forward and said, no, that doesn't represent us well, that's not what happened. What do we do then in terms of do we track it, or is there a proof of that we need to do before?
Yes. So that's one of the things you have to do. Whenever you're producing any output, it's smart to have the persons involved look at it, especially in this kind of work. It's a little bit slow, but you have to systematize it. You know that that's a necessary step. What do you think about this, Miss Margaret? And you think, oh yes, I like the picture. Shucks, I never wear my correct dress that day, kind of thing, right? But so it'll be fun too, right?
Or even in the case like yesterday when we were going back, back and forth as to why carnival did change. Somebody might have gone with Kelvin's response and still, oh, it was a competition, and then somebody who you understand say no, that is not so, that it could be removed. So even then too, corroborating different stories.
You really have to spend time with that, because you might end up creating conflict in public about your ICS. Yesterday people down the GNT don't know what they're talking about, right? Or Mr. Kelvin don't know what he's saying. He's a young boy, Mr. Norris at the one way he have work. That sort of thing will emerge in the society. So you want as much as possible to collect information from a variety of sources. Miss Marlene?
I was going to ask the very same thing, because one is a community and they have different experiences and perception paradigm. So that's the challenge as well. But we may have identified some persons, for example, with the March 13th, 1951 incident in St. David. Different people have different views on what would have happened, even on the date it would have occurred, and it gets older. People's memory is fading.
Yes.
So,
and your memory has a strange way of changing things as you get older. You remember? What's the word? Ms. Nadina, you tend to what's that word? It's giving me with nostalgia. It was the greatest thing that ever happened. Romanticize thing. Yeah. So I'm assuming we have two persons in the room who I haven't seen before. And I'm assuming you're from the Ministry of Education? Culture? Okay. Will you please introduce yourselves?
Good morning, everyone. I am Zanari Paul from the Division of Culture. I'm dealing with multimedia production, and that's
Okay. Say the name one more time.
Zanari Paul.
Zanari. And your name, sir?
My name is Cliff. The Division of Culture, responsible for technical research and documentation.
Good. You came in time. So tell me your first name again. Kirk? All right, good.
It's important to mention that all of them have been attended since the first workshop by Zoom.
Okay, good. All right. You said there's a third person. Who are you referring to in the room? Oh, who was there yesterday? You? Oh, yes.
Yeah, she was.
How did I miss you?
Yeah.
I think I know what it is. It's the mask. Has to be here, Mr. Alicia. That has to be it. And I haven't stared at you long enough, I think. All right, so let's get on going then. So as we proceed, help yourself with coffee, water, and the like. Rachel and Nadina, again, thank you. And so yesterday, we could move on to through the slides there, the first few slides, quickly, Celine, please. Celine. It's Dion. So we were looking, we start with the previous slide. Yeah, it's the ethical considerations of free and informed consent. We started with that. Release form, signed, consent generally not needed when participating in public events. So now we have a response to that question that Maria, concern that Maria had raised as a journalist and photographer. All right. So in your case, though, like let's say you are documenting Carnival. You're part of this inventory exercise. It's important for you to go to your national, whoever is the national authority on that. So that would be Spice Mass, it might be the Ministry of Culture. So when you're doing this, the public at large know what it is you're doing, no? Right? So even like let's say in an enclosed area, you make the announcement. You'll see photographers, A, B, and C, documenting and so on. So please be mindful it's a project to safeguard the heritage of Grenada, no? All right. Next slide, please. So methods here, archive and literature review. What's written? You want to do some background work with that. You have a book in your hand there. What is it about? I'm interfering.
This is what you think they also say.
You don't know how many things I thought of when I saw it so. But so literature, I was just hoping that you had I see it book. So I got this book this morning as a nice gift from Angus. So what I will do tonight, I will go through it. Oh, I've heard you referencing Judge, you know, now. But notice I'm looking at the pictures first, right? Just so you see why pictures are important. See maps here, important in terms of developing narratives. And I will read through it and get an idea. So, literature review. No? So, if you want to explore non-traditional belief systems in Grenada, and you know that Miss Eugenia, well, in the Caribbean or in Grenada, even, Miss Eugenia has this thing on obeah, the treatment of obeah over time, then that would be a good place to start. Right? You have a problem, you told me, about record keeping, library services, and so on here, and archives. So this is something GNT, you're best poised to have some mechanism for data collection. So whatever information you have that you can share, deposit it with the GNT so that you can begin to build that database. No? And this is a suggestion for the short term, right? Another thing, Ms. Eugenia shared the JSTOR link. So if you go there and you are able to search, just search Grenada so randomly, you know, look at things that you'd like to find. If there's that article there, download it, you know, and begin to share it so that you can begin to compile it. It's a collective exercise, you know. Culture. How do you have collections in your office, video and so on? How is it stored? Is it properly cataloged? No? So you see that's an exercise you'll have to undertake. No. Go look at it, label it, date it, who are the people in there. That's what you call metadata, no? So when you start doing this documentation work, it's a reference point going forward, no? Right? Don't worry, it's a regional problem. It's a regional problem, right? One of the last projects I was working on actually had to do with that regarding the old VHS tapes and so on, that dealt with old ICH and that sort of thing. So it is a task by itself, and it's important to undertake. No? That's a source of your archive and literature review. Doesn't have to be in written format. It can be in audio and video. Okay. Observation and note taking. So each group has at least 2 of such persons. Interviewing, photography, participatory video, The best example today would be the TikToking and so on, no? Or if you're in a team and you want to inspire the crowd, Maria hands over the camera to the other rebel, Miss Judy, and then Maria does the dancing with the group, while Judy becomes the photographer, while Judy is the dancer herself, no? But it's a way of, you know, becoming an active participant in the whole process. Audio recording, participatory mapping, no? Right now, what is that quickly? It's simply where you show up in a particular place, right? You show up in a particular, let's say there's a Shakespeare Mass, maybe, or Chardonnay being performed. So what you do, huh? So what you do in that scenario, you look at it and you say, okay, who's doing what? You have dancers, you have observers, and then you have people who are actually, is there other sets of persons involved in Chardonnay? Could I borrow your pen 1 second? So if you use, that's it. So, Chardonnay, right?
I have a marker if you'd like to use that.
Yes, please. Teacher. Oh, yeah, I can't see Peter. Sorry about that. It's Chardonnay, S-H-O-R-T. Just wasted a whole sheet of paper.
That's
All right. That's graceful.
I can't see the way, right?
That's graceful, right?
Chardonnay? That's what I'm hearing, right? Okay, so want to map it? Dancers? Did you say costume makers? I'm spelling it correct as well, costume makers, US?
Yeah.
Makers? Who else? Guardian? Oh, I see. Guardian spirit?
Yeah.
Observers?
Dancers.
Lead the chant.
That's separate from the dancers?
Yeah.
Masqueraders. That would be masqueraders.
Masqueraders? Dancers or
Dancers,
masqueraders? Masqueraders? Say it again?
Also creates the
The person dancing is singing at the same time?
Yes.
also the composition, the person creates the intellectual.
Separate from the dancers and singers?
Creates the
Okay, so these persons, let me ask, the dancers and singers are not necessarily the composers of the music. So, composers, right?
Well, the composer take parts as well.
Yeah. No, but composing of the
Separate, no?
But you needed to that appear.
Yes.
The chants are spontaneous at times.
Right?
You see what's happening here? This is why you have to map it, right?
Yeah.
But the mapping, the mapping happens though by actually immersing yourself in it, no? So sometimes documentation will require, this is why the archival and literature review is important. This is why having in your group somebody now, this is why when communities are involved in documentation, they'll see some things and things that you don't see too. Right? So you notice the costume making. We have two categories there. From what I heard, so you have clothing and then the mask, right? Who may I understand that there are shells or beads or bells around there. Someone else does that too? Not necessarily, all right. Yes, yes. You have Chinese dancing too? I know what you mean though. I know what you mean. Peter, you're going to say? ICH made in China. Interesting. I know what you mean though.
Someone who published a book, but I was his personal research. Again, mine doesn't do on sense. He did not retain the name of the person, but that's the view that and I use that. I know that I would have to go to the work, but is that okay that we have a name attached to the person who told these stories?
No, it's not okay. You have to go find the person. That's called snowballing, right? Ask somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. Right? That's how it works, right? So here in terms of archive and review here, see there? Don't spend too much time because some of it is so straightforward. Even maps, no? Like for example, do you have old slave residences, barracks? The slave pens, you have them? You would find those referenced on maps that were drawn in the 1700s. Those will help to inform why a thing might be associated with a particular space, no? So avoid duplication and wasting time, validate the collected information. How do you validate? You validate by having multiple persons. You can also call it triangulating. But when you come back, let's say this is a team here, or the rebels, the rebels come back. The rebels sit. When you finish and you're looking at the thing, you say, but what do you have for this? You're looking at your document, you know? I want to have the form. That's not what I heard. He said this. Right? No. He said, and then this is the kind, but it's not the advantage of having multiple observers, no? All right.
The importance of recording. Remember, we are recording this interview. So I'm still wondering why record and
because even though you're re-recording, sometimes you'll be listening and what is it? Because the ear, you see Tommy shot me. I was thinking of spelling it SHAWT, but I said, you know, let me write it in English to see if that's the correct way. I was experimenting myself, no? Right? And then you will tell me, no, that's not how you spell it. Because when I hear you say it, remember, I have an accent to you. You have an accent to me. All right? So all of these things happen, and then you have Maria in the group. Which is not a bad thing. All right? But you understand what I'm saying, right? So even with the audio recording, and sometimes you play over and over, what he said, and then you match it with what's written down. All right, next slide, please.
things that happen in the environment that the people have, and I can show you statistics. Most of us is talking
Nice.
Going there, for example, I do in the video, I think over these flowers,
Don't interfere like that. Unless you become a part of the element, no? You say, come, Maria, come down, show us some Colombian style technique. So,
Let me ask you.
yes, ma'am.
No, I was interviewing Monty, and he told me that he used a special combination of aloe and neem. So that because both of them are bitter, they will prevent comments of drugs. But then he mentioned that he has a special oil that can be used for something else, but he did not tell me what the oil is. So should I ask him?
Yes.
Should I say,
yes.
give me some details on the oil?
Yes. And then if he tell you chloride, it's a special oil, there you go. Leave it alone, right? Yeah. Well, no, you can ask him. And then if he wants to say, he will say. You say, Gloria, I can't tell you my secret. So the pros and cons there, in terms of the pros, we document the group characteristics. We elaborate upon the history and pattern of the ICH element. We establish an historic present. And you provide insight into ways the information the community has portrayed it in the past. This is what we were having the discussion here. It's a big thing. The very first day, authentic versus genuine and this sort of thing. Mr. Newton, welcome. I'm going to pick on you almost immediately, sir. Because the way it was done, Mr. Newton's time. That's right. Awful, awful. That's nice of that book. Good. Cons. Sources from outside the community may not reflect local perspectives. Hear that? Listen to that. Sources from outside. This is why it's important for you to do your own documentation here in Grenada. Because if I come do the documentation, my biases will show up in there somehow. Right? But I will say, no, but granted, I love to get my PhD out of Grenada as ICH, but that's not neither here nor there. It will have its own biases. So the best thing is for Mr. Norris to get his PhD because he's from here, right? And he understands the nuances. You know, I've gotten in trouble on this at home, right? I spend years and years doing research on a particular thing. And then you have these foreign researchers who are in the country right now, start the books on the thing, right? Americans in particular. And some in the media, they're asking me about the thing. And they said, no, but this historian said so and so and so. So I say, well, respectfully, their work was valid and was well known and so on. But I understand the nuances of my society. So when they interpreted it in this way, I know that it was not a fully accurate interpretation. And they don't want to hear that. They tell me that they try to play smarter than the one rest of Jesus Christ, right? They don't want to hear that. But you know the nuances of your society, right? So this is why this is important. Yes, sir.
Our legal advisor just pointed out that we should let everyone here know also that because we are streaming live, there are people outside who can't attend but are interested. That you should be aware that not only are you being recorded here, but it's streaming on Facebook and YouTube.
So, how to deal with that in the future? You will get their consent in advance of coming. Good? So that's one way to deal with that. So the quality of the documents will vary in terms of the content. Access may be restricted, and data may be inaccurate or constitute an incomplete representation. You know, people come to your country, spend 2 weeks, write a whole dissertation on it, and it's incomplete. And then on the end, you see this thing, they say, it was based on the research that I did while I was in Grenada. But how long did you study Grenada? 2 weeks. Really? You did a dissertation 2 weeks? You told me you've been here a year or so. That's or I come back every few months. That's sort of the thing. No? Next, they have to be aware of that. Observation and note taking, listening and watching, seeing what we expect to see. Yeah, danger. Can your mind matrix on you? Can you see what you expect to see? Yeah. Confirmation bias, very good. Very good. See what we want to see, same thing. Ideas that are flashing through your mind. Inventory evaluation and field notes. So all of this is when you do, after all of that, this is why you sit down, you do a debriefing after. Combine, triangulate, and then you discuss what it is you saw. And if you can ask, does remember that documentary I told you about? If we had it named, take it back to the community, they said, no, what is that? Don't do it again, edit it and bring it back. Pros of observation and note taking, low cost, impromptu remarks, Andrea referenced that. Record behaviors that may escape other tools of information generation. Document steps taken in creating the inventory. You're able to document as well. Cons, you can exclude some community members. It's an important one. In preparing who speaks for whom. Yeah. Who speaks for whom. And someone do you speak for our drummers here in Grenada? Yeah. Very well known one. As a matter of fact, they might send them to come see you, but you can't speak for all, right? Reflect the researcher's perspective as a con, may not include the context behind payments or currency. That's a good one. You could take a thing out of context and say the person said this, but it wasn't in reference to what you're talking about, it was in reference to something else. Look at the note and let's say Andrea has there, I love monkey. And then Julie picks it up and reads Andrea's notes, and Andrea has I love monkey. So you say, Andrea loves monkey. What it actually was her saying that one of the kids was saying, I love monkey, but you didn't capture that, not as a parent. Especially, see how I wrote? My handwriting is terrible. If you try and pick up on that, it's you're running into problems, no? That's like hieroglyphics. So you have that's a kind of interviews, dialogue between two or more parties. Now, here's what we'll do. Look at this in more detail in a second. But you have persons who are good at making things flow easily, you know, to talk with the persons that we develop a nice rapport and so on. But it's good to have like a secondary person not to interfere. But let's say it's a big element, dancing in the middle. So let's say Lisa is the main interviewer. And then you have Gloria on the side. Gloria is having conversations with people on the side. And she's also getting information about the whole element, no? So you have a primary conversation and a secondary one. When you combine the two together, you get a bigger picture of what's going on. Focus groups. Good way to bring monkey and all the drummers in here. Bam. If you can do that, if you want to do that, right? Or monkey will meet you down at St. Patrick's on Saturday morning. That's many of the drummers that you can. Not have to be in the closed room, right? To be a focus group dealing with the issue of drumming, you just sit down. Your drum is a nice thing. You sit with the drums and you're there ready to talk with the drum and talk about the drum, no? Structured interviews. Structured question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Semi-structured. You ask a question, and then you can ask a follow-up question and so on, no? Unstructured questions, those that arise as you read them, as you're observing it. Next slide, please. Pros and cons. Pro, collaborative problem solving. You see how Norris and Kelvin were back and forthing. I know it was Peter, no? Back and forthing about the history of Carnival. All right. we know because of that discussion that there is a problem. We have to try and resolve it, no?
You know, something that is common to that element. When it's negative, it's not bring it up. For example,
You have an example, yes.
for example, look at that shot. In the early days, people play shot film to secure the streets. But crashes, especially in the Shanghai area. And they will come down, we try to get partners, they have bad crash. But today, they don't have it, there's no
entertainment.
So should we bring in that?
Well, you can ask if it's true that in the past, Shanti was used to resolve conflict in the community, you know? And then if you can confirm that fact, then you write it as part of the description of the element, you know? In the past, it was used for so and so and so. Currently, it is performed and used so and so and so, you know? Good? All right. Yes, no.
The same element is found in different parts of the. So we have short nature, then we have short. How do you capture the variations that may come up in one document?
You document all of them, and then you describe the variation. In St. Patrick's, it's done in this way. In St. George's, it's done in this way, with this variation. And so they might use bells from China in St. Patrick. They might use shells from Koyava in this is what St. George's. So it is time effective and cost saving. Place community members and equal footing. This is called focus groups, and it's a flexible format. No? Cons, it cannot provide the same kind of in-depth information as one-on-one conversation. Whereas Monty gave us a full description, in a focus group, you'll have, naturally he'll speak less, no? In a focus group. Some community members may feel uncomfortable speaking up. They'll sit there, they'll love the fact that they're there. But they'll say, ask Monty about that. Because that's a cultural thing too, right? Ask Monty, ask Darren. I don't want to sound like an authority on it. Ask the elder, right? Some of the younger ones will be brave and say, but Mr. Monty, I remember it so. I remember so and so and so and so. So the skill of the interviewer comes into play now. The skill of the interviewer. If you see that Monty is dominating the discussion, what do you need to do? Laura, what do you think about that? You get it? Dexter, what do you think? Yeah, that's a good point, Dexter. Rachel, you've been quiet. You know to play the same kind of drum? No, my drum is the Bombay drum. Right? I don't play the djembe. That's not the thing. Groupthink leads to agreement and popular ideas. Groupthink, that's you have to run from that. So one story becomes the story that everybody tells. Right? Next, structured interviews, pros and cons. It allows comparability across a group of people. You can compare the responses. All of you are writing and you can compare what people are saying. May not require transcription, it's less time consuming. Cons, it may not reveal the true concerns of the community, nor also space that. Members, if they cannot deviate from the question. You know? I want you to ask these questions and only these. Doesn't allow you to deviate. Do not allow for the inclusion of interesting or revealing stories. And this is the beautiful thing about ICH. They'll tell you, I remember a time when is we start with that? I remember when. Right? And then you get some nice stories there that help to drive home the point about the ICH. Next. Semi-structured interviews allow for a degree of comparability. Semi-structured. So you have some structure, but you can deviate. Still allow for the inclusion of some incidental comments and stories found. They still be seen as ultimately representing the agenda of the researchers and outside the community. Especially in anthropological study, one of the things you want to do is immerse yourself in the culture. No anthropologists tell you that they spend 2 weeks at Grenada. Don't trust that PhD. Don't do it. They have to immerse themselves in the culture, especially if they're anthropologists. No? Unstructured interviews, we recognize the unique body of knowledge possessed by each respondent. You're driven by community members. It allows for the full expression of each person's ideas. And you can track all of it, no? Cons, you easily get off track. You spend the whole night with Monty, and you get 10 minutes worth of information, you get 2 sentences. But you enjoy yourself, right? Like the time they asked me to smoke marijuana, I don't remember what we talked about. We may spend time discussing seemingly relevant points. There's some more time consuming. I can think of jokes about that too. Are more time consuming than other techniques and may require transcription. No? You have to sit with it and map it out. Yeah. Next, photography, my favorite. It enhances the aesthetics, the content. A picture is worth 1,000 words, that's not a coincidence. On Friday, after you come from the team, you'll be telling the story of your element in pictures and videos. And including, that's what you'll be doing. Right? So, get ready with Norris. Norris is picturing himself already down on one knee. People, places, and events. Going to document an element, people necessary, the place, and the event. You want to capture that in photographs. Right? Can you tell a story in just photographs and no words? Think you can do it, Antonio? Can you tell a story? Of course you can. That's what they do with primary school kids preparing for these exams, right? They can look at the photographs and write a story. Not anymore, they don't do it anymore. They don't want to stress the children out, no? Interesting, just you don't want to stress out the children. Give them some options. Maybe C and D. Leave it. Guess the way. Photos from community members, personal, that's a good one. You bring it to their house. Oh, I have a poem, like I have a whole album here. So you tell me I have to
I'm sure all of you.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is why you go with multiple people. So the primary interviewer will eventually bring it back and drop. You laugh and you talk and so on. You say, but remember, I mean, they ask about this. What about that point? Right? And then have the peripheral guys listening, capture what's going on. Don't try to capture everything, you're going crazy. Right? Next. Photography pros and cons. Value meaningful regardless of the language. You see right now, when we get in a little while here, we take a picture of this close up, tells one story. We take a picture of it from a distance, tells another story, right? So the meaning is there. It makes people, places, and events in a way that could not be accomplished using words alone. Pictures capture emotion and all that, right? So, kind of. Because the facial expression of pain and one of might be the same, no? So some facial expression look the same. Yeah, yeah. But that's the beauty of interpretation, right? But not all CDI facilitators, community members are familiar with photography techniques. How many of you are comfortable taking photographs?
Very comfortable with them is not good. I don't know how to do that.
Newton, comfortable?
I'm wondering if you go.
Some people, by the way, have a brain block with this thing for some reason. Sorry about that. Tell her turn the camera some. No. Everything that's up. What more, son? No. So it's something, no? So it's the more you use it, the better you get. No?
I'm just going to find one not if you find somebody is not dressed the way dressed like that. One day will suggest just take the picture out of the afternoon.
No, this is why you're organizing in advance. No? That's funny. Who took that picture of my Johnny next one?
The actual inventory can be more than one event. You have the interview and then you can actually have a performance.
Yeah.
The next time. Or
Yes.
and so on.
Yeah, same, I have to go back another time. Yeah.
Evolutionary process.
Because you choose the photographs, it can convey the wrong impression, depending on the photograph. You can deliberately skew a message, you know. Yeah. Some community members may feel uncomfortable in front of the camera and may raise ethical issues of information access. Well, I guess as a rule, you take pictures of people, send it back to them, no? As a rule. Right? So that when they see themselves on television, they know who took the photo. You know what I mean? Next. The participatory video. Same thing, depicts emotions, events, everyday affairs, shares ideas regardless of language or literacy, and involves community in filmmaking. So take the same phone, tribute of what you're doing, give it to the kid. And I want you to follow your grandmother around for a day. Take photos of her. And then you tell a story of what your grandmother day looks like in 10 photographs. You take as many of them as you need. Then you choose the 10 that tells about your grandmother. You see what I'm getting at? That's a participatory video or photography component, no? Next. Or at the event itself. Oh, yeah, let me see. Most older folks I know, 84-year-old, likes Facebook. But you can't tell her to video, photograph, anything. You have some older folks who will give it a shot. But you have like the middle-aged guys I've seen like with other masks. You give them the phone and tell them when you're practicing or doing a rehearsal, just take some shots and make some videos. Not very complicated. You have them do it, no? And then they pass it off to you later on, no? Yeah? They have them become involved. Because conveys action, so in a preferred means of conveying events. It's meaningful regardless of language or literature, and allows for the depiction of emotion. It's relatively expensive compared with other techniques. Not all facilitators. Now, I think about the phones, since you said that. This is not the end of the road for your documentation work. You need the people in culture, have the fancy equipment, and education, and so on. Because when you start producing the documentaries and so on, you want high quality stuff, no? The phones that you have may or may not give you the quality that you need. All right, that's the only downside with using the phone. All right, but for the purposes for the school, that will work, no? But if you don't have the proper resolution to transfer it onto TV, HD formats and so on, it might not be work so well, no? Not all facilitators communities will be familiar with the tools required to create a film. And some community members may feel uncomfortable in front of the camera. Audio recording, we'll get to this shortly. Audio recordings can be combined with photos or videos, used to create podcasts, used in interviews. So even though you might be videoing an interview, you also want a separate audio recording of it, no? Because the quality of the audio in the video might not be so good, but you want to capture the audio by itself. It is incorporated into participatory video projects. You can blend the audio with the still photo. You can overlay, I think today you can do that, right? You can overlay audio on top of other video, right? Yeah. All right. You do that, huh? Got you. You're right. Incorporated into participatory video projects used for archival purposes. We purpose for address different issues that's in the future. Got you. Yeah, that's a good one. Next, pros and cons, add value, a valuable dimension to photographs and other information generation approaches, allows relocating segments and re-listening to aid in the feedback. You have to have patience with that. Digital recorders, I know some researchers just pay people just to listen to audio, you know? Because it's like doing it all over again. Digital recorders and related equipment can be expensive, allow facilitators to be familiar with tools and be time consuming. But you'll be using audio recording in this venture. No? Go ahead. Sorry, participatory mapping, map the landscape, the norms, the values, the practices, the components of the elements itself. Next. And be collaborative and constructive and also moving to take leading role. We get the gist of it, no? Next. Using an information generating method. Yes, ma'am. Oh yeah. Very good. That's the creative side of the work. If you have persons who can do that, better yet. That's good. Better yet, you know. So in this case, in terms of choosing a technique, multiple techniques may be used. Tomorrow you'll be interviewing, getting audio, you'll be doing video, you'll be doing photograph, and then you'll be merging them together. That's what we'll be doing. You know? Next slide. That's it for that. So, do we have speakers over here? I just want to show you, when we get into the next section. We're now getting into the photography side. I deliberately chose that photograph. Monty, tomorrow morning, Friday morning, with your permission, I can invite that gentleman to appear live and we can do a drumming jam together with him. Like that? Yeah, no problem. See the photograph, this is what we're getting into now. You want to be able to capture emotion, you see, and interpret what's going on, no? Of course, there's a phone number up top there. I don't know what happens at barbecue or something like that. You were sitting on the shed, no? So now, in this presentation, we'll look at the theory, and then we'll do some activities regarding this. We'll be looking at the concept of photo voice, creating photographs, content, types of shots, and working with light. You could proceed, please. So what is photo voice? Help me there, Nadine, please. Can you read that slide?
Photo voice uses a photography to represent the interests of members who normally may not have a voice. It enables community members to be the photographers. It benefits communities by providing an outlet for inventory ICH elements and teaching community members skills.
Let's address it. Give them the cameras, so then you give the kids the phone. You can get the grandmothers, give them to, and grandfather. And then a story will emerge from that. How to make one, don't get it. Don't worry, I have the grandson's video while I'm making it for the voice. Reading photographs. So here we want to look at how to set up the subject in the frame. Communicate meaning. We want to place subjects with intention and purpose. When you say place, then it actually might be you doing the placing, no? You placing yourself. Because if you're in a live scenario, you can't normally tell them turn this way, turn the next way. You will be the one having to move, no? And a lot of photographers aren't comfortable with that. Maria, have any experience with that? A lot of photographers, especially junior ones, they have the new camera and so on. You could probably tell me if you have not experienced the junior photographers, and they're afraid to go into the space to get up close to get the image they want. So Maria will get right in there. But Marlene will start all the way at the door. You know what? Yes, if you have the lens and so on, and you can adjust quickly, you can get the shot you want. But if you're in a crowd, if you stand in the back here, Monty is going to block you. Right? But the idea is the more you do it, this is not to happen to Marlene. Marlene, by his fourth, fifth time around, Marlene is right up close and personal. But the reason is she's becoming more and more comfortable with it, right? So we'll be looking at working with light, the camera angle, and the camera lens. Next one. So imagine dividing an image into thirds, horizontally and vertically. You see those, you got most of your phone, you can pull up your phone if you want and find those grids. You can, if it doesn't already have it there, you can, I think there's a thing we can include the grid line. So they're there for that purpose. And turn on your phone. So they are 9 squares, and that is there for a reason, no? Why do you imagine Why do you imagine you have these quiz on the phone? Anybody? Maria, don't answer.
Confuse people.
Why do you have these quiz?
She will not break me.
When I first, that's it. When I saw the bridge at first, I said, hey, this is going to help you center the phone over here. I wanted to capture everything in the center. But you realize that in order to tell a story, sometimes you want to frame it in different parts of the shot, no? And that will tell you what it is. That will in itself give you a narrative. Next slide. See if you can turn on the grid line. It should be probably setting there. Trying to hold it. Settings. Nothing setting. Content composition. No, all phones, they use different terminology, no? So on this phone, it's called composition line, right? You say grid line. So the rule is, Mr. Newton, you don't want to give it a shot, or you don't have your phone. You have one? You can use your own phone for it. See what your
What is APR?
So as a rule, place the points of interest in the intersection. So you picture the 1, 2, 3, 4, no? The 4 intersections, you can decide when you place the subject, will depend on what story you want to tell and what you're seeing, no? And then, of course, your phone, you have portrait, which is you holding the phone upright. And there's even a portrait mode on the phone, which changes the grid line. And then there's landscape, which is sideways, no? So we're doing theory right now. We're going to get into it right now, the actual practice of it. Next slide, please. Will you click on OK there? Yeah, you can touch it up there. Though. See the surface. Will you? So you have the grid lines give you the ability to divide your shot into 3 parts. You call it the rule of thirds, no? And so you have to ask yourself, what are the points of interest? Where am I intentionally placing them? So look at the 2 shots up top. If you were to move this child's head into this third, see? 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. If you were to put this child's head here, the focus of the shot will be the child and what is in front of the child. By putting the child's head here, you get the impression that the child is lying down. Same thing here. 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. You put this in the middle, it gives you a different perspective. Put it in the right 1/3, you realize that this is some sort of pear and it gives you the image of the seed. If you put it here, move the structure here, gives you just the impression of the player, no? And you have an idea of the scene. So you are able to determine what story you want to tell with the photograph, right? Next. Next slide. Yeah. So the conventions of composition, subject should be facing the camera, you know? As a rule. Subject should be filling the picture. Object should not be too far away. So Marlene, you have to move closer. No? Unless, and you'll see right now. So let's say you want to, in terms of your narrative, establish the space that you're in. One of your shots will be from here as a landscape, no? So I want to tell the story of this workshop. One of the shots I've already gotten is this room from here, from that corner there I took it. To establish the space. Then I have shots of you in the room, which begins to place you in the room, right? And then I have shots that come into you as individuals, no? Doing particular things. The accumulation of all those, when I send it back to you as a slideshow, will be the narrative of the workshop, where I establish a story based on the photograph. It's the same thing you're doing. Establishing the narrative through photograph. And the subject should be framed within the picture. So beautiful here. Generally centered, mother and child. You notice there's a dark space in the backdrop, so there's no story to tell there at the center of the photograph, there's the subject. Here, you have these two men, which first man is the center, and you see that there's the other one third out here. You see that there's something else going on back here. If you were to change angle like this, and take it from here, the story changes a bit, no? But the clear thing is here, you have two actors, and by taking it from here, you get an idea that there is some action involving both. But he is the initial subject, he's as on the required attire associated with the element. Next slide. Same thing again, the issue of headroom in a photograph. Some people have, and then this is like if you're going to go take, you know what they say, go to apply for your visa, so called the visa. Give you instructions how to take the photograph, no? No, not very much headroom, they just want this, right? But the concept of headroom also gives you the ability to tell the story as you see it. Same setting, two different stories being told because of the camera angle. Well, actually, to what they could do with this is to be an edited photograph, no? So there, in this photograph, it's just a mother blowing bubbles and the child looking on. In the first one. So that's me, the child watching the mom blowing the bubble. Should be the other way around, no? The picture, the human say, but so the story changes now. Where it's just the mother blowing bubbles and then you have clothes on the line and there's somebody there in the background, but that doesn't cross your mind to think who it is. Because the subject is the mom or the lady there. So the space between the top of someone's head and the top of the frame is called headroom. You don't want the photograph to be so close that her head is almost cut off, no? You don't want that. Next. Nose room now. It's the distance between the nose of the subject and the edge of the frame. If the nose is over here, you move her here. you get to see something in front here, no? Gives you a different story. Whereas, because your nose being here, the story is less clear. You can imagine what is going on, no? You're trying to interpret what's going on. But if you put the nose here, chances are there's something here you want to tell a story of, no? It's something you want to convey here. Right, same thing with the child when we looked at earlier. So the nose room is important, no? It is used for close-up and profile shots, and the space in the direction of the nose is pointing should be greater than the space behind the head. This isn't a very good one. Here, it is just a general shot. You're interpreting by putting it here. You get a sense of what's going on in front here, which helps you to interpret the facial expression. No? Next. So types of shots. You have the extreme close-up, the close-up, the medium close-up, medium long shot, and extreme long shot. Same thing we talked about establishing setting, closer you go, piece the story together. So sometimes you want to have multiple photographers for that reason. Because the person you will need maybe 50 people, and that's how it works, unfortunately. You'll only end up using 1, 2, 5, 15 to tell the story. No? Close-up. Shooting something very close over someone's eye to make object seem unnatural. Helps the audience become an intimate of something. Types of close shots. Types of close shots. Of the face, using your heart. Notice the nose. Think about the nose. You can go back there to establish the sort of context of where the first move. No? Yes. Medium close-up. Gives you more context. Very common. Often of the head and shoulders. No? Shooting, ladies are very good at it. Ladies are very good at it. Especially with the lipstick. Medium shot shows most of the body. It fills the I want to jot down some notes on this thing because it comes in natural. Most of the body. The medium is the shoulder, the head, headroom. Notice the headroom is almost non-existent. Long shot frequently used establishing set of drummers, no? When there is more than one subject and the focus of the attendance. Extreme long shot, panorama. Picture of the village from atop the moon. Picture of the mountain from the beach. Details are difficult to distinguish. That usually helps you to set the good for shooting in natural environment. Types of shots, angle. We're up here, no? Okay, that's one perspective. Long shots. You don't want your knee like this, you get down and you want to capture. And sometimes it's experimentation, Maria. Experimentation too, right? All the time. What gives you that? Wow. Then the eye level shot. Use people use this a lot, no? People say stand right there, sir. Don't move. Stay right there. Stay right there into the microphone. Yes, sir. Into the microphone. Yes, sir.
I just want to add something about experimentation. Remember, these cameras now take 1 million photos. So why just take one? Try a few angles, because you never know what you surprise yourself.
Well, the thing about light, I don't know if you had this. I don't know if you had this experience first time you started out. Maybe it used to happen. It used to happen. I'll say that the sun will take a go wherever someone wait on the sun. There's a lot of light there. There's a lot of light there. And then they stand up and they say, shucks, lot of light. Somebody come out, hurry, I can't see Mr. Monty. It's camera no good. It's camera no good. It's not that. It's because the way the director which the light is coming, creating shadows, and you have it's dark. So where's the light coming from in this photograph? Where's the light coming from? Huh? So the light will emphasize the outline of the person. Right? So what you want to do now, the other thing to do, if possible, I will spin around and sit with the foot the other way, and you go outside and take the, because the light will give you the features of the person, no? Right? We'll take a group photograph sometimes today, but so we have to find, you don't want the light in the back, we want the light in the front, right? That will give light coming this way, right? However, using a flash can create glare, no? So to picture in the light, put the camera on a tripod. Ingrid, you have your tripod there? What is you have to have a fancy tripod? And record. The famous line.
Nixon. Richard Nixon. Vote again.
In the year, man, 10 million one morning, 15 in the afternoon. You receive a check for 10 million in the morning or 15 at one side. Jesus Christ. We have no where I can't recall. So, put the camera on a tripod, keep it very still. Increase the shutter speed and increase the ISO settings. But this is for somebody like Maria, who will be using these DSLR cameras and so on. In your case, tripod allows you to stabilize. You're sitting, you're interviewing Mr. Newton. And you don't know move and make the shot. But the beauty of this now is having this, you can stabilize it, no? So you can do this. Bring it across your body. Right now you have a stable, platform, right? Or right? Some people, some people are not a little shaky. Right? So these things help you to stabilize it. You are working use. Can I touch my skin?
Written consent.
Get permission to don't move my skin. The shoulder helps to stabilize it, no? These are some of the fun parts of working the team, no? Permission to touch your partner. So you don't have to always rely on this. You know, you can take the same camera if you don't have a tripod. Can I borrow it? Do the same thing, no? Watch. Hold it up. That's it. I have a big belly, so mine is easier. Same thing for videoing, no? Stabilize it. Next. Yeah. True. Good point. Good point. I wanted to say that. Good point. Thank you. So Did you turn it on? Did you turn on your? I know my phone. So, like my phone does it automatically. If I touch it, I can watch this. Watch what happens when I do this. See how the light changes?
Turn this way.
Filter. It changes the shutter speed, to filter, to make light come in, and to block light. No? So you can see camera does it. But in this case, what you will do, let's say I want a photograph of the floor here. There's some lighting issues like coming through there. So I will touch here, I won't take automatically, I can adjust the lighting, see? What is happening with my she becomes dark, I almost blocked out all the light, but she isn't clear. So good. That's better.
Something about watermark.
So experiment with yours. Can you tell me anyone has mastered that phone? Let me see. Let me see what it says. Let me try it here.
Oh, approach watermark. And it's a short of G. That's a brand of phone.
Okay, this has good. This has a pro mode. Put it in pro mode. Let's see what happens here. So you can make the ISO. You put the ISO and go to pro mode and go to ISO. Click on ISO. Go to pro mode and click on ISO. And you can play with the settings up there, and you see, put it on a subject and see how it changes the lighting now. Right. So let me try it here. So the lower, the phone can do it, and promote can do it for you automatically, which is a plus if you're inexperienced. But if you want to experiment, if you lower the ISO, it reduces the amount of light. If you lower the ISO, it reduces the amount of light. Okay. Everybody following so far? You go to what here? So you go to Pro mode. Put it in Pro mode. Go to ISO. On that phone, when you bring up the ISO, you have the various ISO settings. Point it on a subject, anything. You can point it on any subject and see what it does to light. See what it does to the light.
Okay, sir. Is it okay?
Nadine, are you seeing what it does to light there?
It's set on auto.
Set on auto, but even when you can change it. So you want to be aware, so the lower the ISO, it reduces the light coming in. The higher the ISO, you're receiving more light into the camera frame, no? Into the lens.
When you move it, when you slide it.
Right. So it's like this, then the camera is like your eye. So when I do this,
So you have to slide it. So give it from here and then go. But up and on
that's what you're doing essentially with the eye. So filtering light. You know when you're outside in the sun and there is that glare, what happens? You do this, right?
I never knew that.
Same thing you're doing there.
I know, right? No, I'm just trying to confuse. Oh, yeah, yeah, but I don't know.
So what will happen is you will go outside right now and you'll experiment with it. Maria, Kirk, Antonia, Maria, Kirk, Antonia, do you have any little pointers you want to share with the group? Maria, Kirk, Antonia, any pointers you want to share?
Simple thing, you don't worry about the ISO or white balance or broke. I mean, it's important that you know every option that you have, but then like you portrait, you just forget about it. You want to take a portrait and you have the portrait model. And then suddenly the environment change. Don't worry about this. Try to fix this and you have this.
That's the other advantage. You can edit and filter. And if I compliment that with what Carol also said, don't be afraid to take it. You know, some people say, I want to get the perfect photograph. And you do this, shucks, you're not good, and you go about your business. No. Do this, take your time. Yeah. Yes, Rachel. No need to edit. Just send them in. Unless you have something that should have. Publication, you can, so long as it doesn't change the meaning of what's going on. Right? You want that real feel, right? Yes. So very bright light, such as the sun can cause look washed out. Be aware of shadows, particularly outdoors. You don't, you move, no? You move, you don't have to. You do the moving. You don't have Mr. Monte here, Mr. Monte there, Mr. Monte there. You do the moving, no? Next. Good. So here's what you do now. So you have 15 minutes, and you have this whole property at your disposal. Go back to that slide with long, medium, and so on. That's it. Take a photograph of that. You're going to take the best shot you can take on one of all each of those. We'll take an extreme close-up, a close-up, a medium close-up, medium shot, long shot, and extreme long shot. Okay? And you will bring the best of what you have. Now turn off your sharing thing for right now. Turn that off. No, can you leave it on? Because what I wanted, we wanted to actually bring it up here, open your story, and then we'll be able to look at them in real time. So let's leave it on then. When you're finished, you share. Share your best 6 shots. Yes.
That could have fallen down, just headache. Heart attack. And the graph for this work.
Adriana,
Yes.
could you say what you said, Adriana?
Can you see if any pictures that we were taking uploaded to the Dropbox automatically? So
We have to check that. It might have a delay effect based on the quantity of information that we're receiving, but we will get it. So we have to do that part. So you can do it.
Will you be able to get those in here in the next 15 minutes so we can? All right, guys, so you can go. Maybe work in pairs. Work in pairs. You have from here to the sea.
So next stream closer.
Be back here at precisely 10 minutes to 11. From here to the sea. So portrait, so you might be taking pictures of each other or random people. Things, so people, places, things, right? Oh, we got consent. Would have been just good that they could see how they work against from there. Half 20 minutes. And we won't go out.
Neil was coming. But at the same time, he's setting up the phone. Okay, so we might get it around 1:30 or 2. I don't miss him here, so we are taking priorities to bring him here. He will be 11 hours late. So for those who don't have the phone yet, we will try our best. But if not, we have to bring it to you or send it to some of your coordinators and give it to you.
I'm not too concerned. If there are people traveling, you have it before you, and the people traveling up onto the give it to one and they get it. Right, question for you, sir.
No, ask Adriana because I'm trying to sort something.
It's not about the program.
It doesn't matter. I'm trying to get something done that will help them. Yeah.
Nice. Well, they did have to come back to experience carnival here.
You might be. Camera shopping center.
Those who write on my one of the photographers. You want to mute?
Yes.
YouTube? Peter, you uploaded that video?
Yeah. Will you explain what the cashew is?
What's that cashew? Yeah, I know, but there's actually one that is around the air wax.
But we could do it before
So Kim, is going first. Okay.
What?
What's the delay?
Delay of him? I couldn't capture that. I wasn't in a different thing.
You're so limited.
Oh, I was saying that.
Like you were standing there, right? And I like about this is kind of place it with your eyes, but the lines running in two different directions there. You see it? You have a line running diagonally from the right third. Then you have a line running down the middle. It meets like this, huh? But still all the same, you're right there in the shot.
Yeah.
Go ahead, yeah. All right. Interesting.
But then
So you use these kinds of facts, by the way, if they're elements or if they're implements, artifacts associated with the ICH, you want to get those up close, no? The drum, the semi, and the basket. Right, well, yeah. And then the person will be. Yes, yes.
And the thing about this is that it was low on the ground, lower than I am. So I had to actually stoop down because, so the angle, if I stood up, then I would just get the top of it. So I had to, I thought that's.
You know, I could still tell that your hand was elevated slightly.
Yes.
And then this gives you also a sort of, when marriage goes up, it gives you a more intimate feel of what it is, no? And begin to deliberate the components of it. As if you didn't know what it was, you ask yourself, what is that? Go ahead.
So it was an alien from outer space.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was box 5. So let's see box 6. Nothing. 7. Nothing. 8. Nothing. Yeah, the internet speed is slow. 9. Aha.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Sign consent.
Who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Beyond.
No consent. Okay.
So how could she have enhanced that photograph? What could she have done there?
Center her.
He could have maybe reduced the table. And then change the angle. She could have moved slightly to the right. So it will be the light issue, no?
Yeah.
But you get the context of what's going on there. There's some discussion maybe. One of the participants there showing some doubt about what he said.
Yeah, correct. Skepticism. Yeah, oh man,
So beyond in that first one, you take the chair, pull the chair, and you sit at the other level. So I do bring us into the discussion.
Ah, yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah.
Was it? Good contrast of colors here.
Yes.
Could have been better, Newton. So Newton has actually been could have been better. It's there. Hold on. Please give Newton. Please give Newton the. Yeah.
It's sharp on my screen. It's just this projection.
Yeah, the projection is very strange, right?
Here's the thing, yo. So this is where it depends on what you're trying to achieve, no? You want a creative expression. Some people say that symmetry is more appealing to the eye, no? So they say human beings that have the most symmetrical faces are being the most beautiful. No? But here, you have symmetry as components of the photograph, but when you look at it like this, so that might be what's happening with Newton here. He doesn't see the precise symmetry as a whole, no? Of the photograph. But if you zoom in, like on the good zoom in on the top two little petals, parts sticking out on the top here, that will give you more of a symmetrical feel, no? But I like it, you know, all of concept. Where would you want clarity?
More in the book. Other feelings not focused.
Actually, if I look,
okay, good. Here's the thing about blurring. What is blurred brings what is in the foreground into focus. All right?
It's not blurred on the device. It's only clear and to me, if you focus on that angle from the picture, it's showing clearly. But it looks really bright and clear. Projectors, that's what.
Go ahead. Guys, if you have any critique of it, maybe rather than saying it to your first next video, could you share it in the grouping, please? That's all.
Yeah. Next.
Will you be ready? The rebels again. I see you're putting a new number.
Ooh. Rebellion.
All right, let's look at this one. See here. Critique anybody? Miss Gloria, tell us. So let's not worry about. Wait. That's a good one indeed. Look at that photograph close. Hold on, one at a time, guys, please. Go ahead, Gloria.
I'm thinking if you want to focus on the gardener, then I'm trying to leave all the other two persons and focus on his. It's on.
Good. But very clever. They have been left out. Yes. Yes, correct. Yeah.
Neat. All right, next.
Somebody's feeling.
Pretty last.
He's the one who picked me.
Really, Judy? Really?
You see, Kim, you see how you have her really thinking that she stole the cashew. That's wrong. I'm not giving you a square.
But those who find I just think if we make it smaller, would it actually be a little sharper because it's smaller?
Nice though, nice. You see movement, you see that there are a couple subjects concerned with this photograph. Facial expression, the headdress, what is in the hand, both the left hand and the right hand. No? And again, someone is hiding behind it.
A photographer.
The spaceship makes another appearance.
Yes. Take me to your leader.
Photograph. Look.
So I have a question. So if somebody shows up by mistake because you were focused on the camera, but somebody walked, even though that you're not capturing the face or just to see one food, do you need the consent because he's
No, just have the 15%.
Okay.
I understand. I know. Trust me, I know. I know.
Yeah, but you never know if there's a person that is animals or
No,
not.
there was a case where somebody took something to court because they used a baby photo. Remember that? With some ad or something. And it's like, the person is not
Jesus Christ. All right, what's wrong with that photo there? So my name is Jesus.
Jesus.
It looks as if it's keeping us something.
Yeah, no, I was trying to post there, but on GQ magazine. All right, so putting the subject in a particular context, All right, good spacing. I see sky above, ascending to heaven. All right, next.
Yeah, I'm still in the back. Saga boy.
What word did you use just now? Maria, say Maria.
There you go, there you
All right, so there's one issue there. The shadow.
Yes.
You cannot see that.
Excellent pose.
So what do we do?
Yeah. Good.
Oh, this son was very problematic.
Yeah.
Is there a rule of thumb that you can follow with regards to
It's fine. I mean,
Maria?
remember with these photographs afterwards today, you can edit them after, no? Yes. You can change the language.
But is there a rule of thumb just for novices that we could follow when taking pictures and to try to avoid dark faces?
What do we do with that? We enhance the sexiness of that photo.
Don't try to get it one photograph to be the way there. We can improve in color, light, but this is the work that we take. I would recommend to
So,
in a situation like that, if you are the subject,
It depends. If the tree is a part of the ICH, then you don't move the person. What I was going to suggest just now, so now, as you become more involved in this process, you have lights are like this side. No? You'll have to acquire this kind of equipment. So someone will hold a light like up here to enhance the lighting on the person, then you take it, right? Especially at night and before.
Other things that sometimes like to get expensive, what might be cheaper is one of those
Reflectors. Reflector.
Oh.
Aluminum foil.
Yeah. In the daytime, right? At night time. Yeah. All right. Possibly. That's one way to do it, yeah. What's going on? Oh, he's showing something in his hand too, right? See that helps too. Closing the hands, yeah. All right, so we know who can no model for Kashuja and Grenada. Yeah. Very good. Yeah. That's actually a better thing to do in this case, no? Get down to that eye level.
I just want to add something. I remember in my early age that I heard about that. Of course, we cannot control the weather, but the cloudy days are the best to take photos during the daytime, because you will not have too much sun, so you will not have the effect of shadow. So I know that you will not be like seeing the clouds out. Today's cloudy day, let's go out. But if you point and see with the day that you're doing the field work, it will be better.
They say actually the best time is early morning and dusk and dark, where you can get the light behind you in each instance, or if that's what you're going for, to get the sun and the heavenly bodies as part of the shot, if that's what you're going for.
Another thing too is that colors are more saturated. I mean, they'll come out more saturated in early morning or
more rich. More rich.
You're going to want the light to be the numbers once the short
Midday.
Okay. Good. So let's do one more. Choose a random person there. So for the first time or the second time, I'm seeing who's on the screen there. We have Angus. So Dario just know I can't use my glasses. Israel Matthias, you're in the house. Welcome.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
So here we. Interesting. Who is this? Who took this one? Madam Culture, is that you? Well, let's not critique it. Let's hear what Madam Culture is trying to tell us. What were you going for there, man? So interesting what photographs do. The size of that glass in relation to the rest of the room is quite different with our naked eye. With the camera, you have enhanced the size of the glass in relation to the size of the room.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's great. Creative photography. Not bad. What do you think there? Postcard kind of things. Lines again, so you get perspective. You get a double in there. You get 90-degree in there. How could she have enhanced that photo, though? If you want. So you're here, right? Watch this. You're here. So what you could do is go this way. So catch the field of view from a diagonal shot. So you're going to catch that 90-degree view at 45 degrees. So here, if this is the 90 degrees in here, you're going to catch it from here. Got it? Catch it from in here, so you get this as well. The thing about thing, let's say there's an ICH associated with a dance at a particular building, right? It's held at a particular dance hall. What people tend to do is go stand in front of the building and shoot the building, right? Which is good. But what you ideally want to do is to go to the corner of the building and catch, so you get a more 3D view, you know? Right. But she might have a reason for doing this. I'm just giving you another scenario for, because that's the beauty of it. So the beauty, the shot is in the eye of the beholder. Go ahead.
And sometimes you just can't back up far enough, you fall off the edge of a cliff.
That's photograph, you made it was time you have moved was at the right and that in my view moving.
This one, a similar thing. What is in the background has a little value to the photograph, right? Doesn't add any obvious value, right? So what you do, you can go further up top in like this. Yeah, that's it. Right? And there the alien should make an appearance again. And you can walk around it, see what your eye tells you. You can use the camera to walk around it, see what the camera picks up a shot that you like. Next. Okay. Okay. Maria, Kurt, maybe you can comment on this one. Regular. Okay. Okay, that's what crosses your mind.
I would say we get better view of flower. As it is inspection.
The green is more in focus.
Green is distant. Surrounding.
Okay.
I'm the one enhancing.
All right, next. There you go. The subject of the photograph is what? That might be the performing ground where the dance drumming happens.
Is this on a hill?
All right. No problem. I think you could experiment with there. In the future, if you so photography sake, you go lie down on the ground and take the picture. Not bad. The subject is the Does that tree stump serve a bad purpose here in this shot? If not, you turn to the right and then take out the distraction of the shot. Okay, next. No problem. The more you do it, the faster you become at it, by the way. It's not until you get home and you go over the photographs and you say, Jesus, this is a good one.
Yep.
Right?
I'm noticing that some of the photos have the water logo. Is that something that we should put on the phone?
For GMT, it's already there.
No, the phone.
Oh, the phone. Oh, I was watching that just now.
You see a logo there?
Oh, we'll have to look into that.
Yeah, that's branded.
Yes, that's that.
It's a branded,
Yeah, but I'm asking if we
Probably. Please.
Yeah.
It's a television photo.
Next, girl, please. Okay.
That is not
That's
color.
underneath or the top?
Top.
Okay. Good. That might be one of the leaves used to cook with or something like that. Nice. If you want to die, poisonous, no? Want to die, next, Darren, please. So where? What's the name of the cemetery? What's the name of the cemetery?
Son have shot.
All right. Interesting one. You get what is good here. You get activity in the foreground happening in a broader background. No? Not bad. And it even the where the arm meets the branch also channels your eye into the backdrop. No? Right. Good. With the help of the arm, no?
Yeah. Good.
Next. This person really went to town. Not so much anymore. Unless it's the hand is showing the person working the pottery or beating the drum, you know what I mean? You're trying to find parallel. Next. So it's a matter of developing an eye for it, no? Here's the famous tree that the old folks sit around and tell stories. Next.
Yeah.
It's the same, yeah, there is Jesus again. Walking and water, all the same. Yeah.
There are
Next,
many
yeah.
people who use the different
This is the same person?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
So we want to see one more. We have some ways to go, but we're gonna get there.
I want to do it.
I email now.
Who's this? This is Maria. Well, everybody pay attention. They're flawless. Sing. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. See kind of pressure they put on people, Maria.
Yeah.
The subject has to leave. What is Jesus Christ? That Maria knows what she's doing. Good first impression. Yeah. Nice. Larry, notice Darla's wants to change.
No. Too much excitement.
Yeah. More serious this time.
Framed under the tree.
Yeah, the sun is there right overhead too. Good though. I see it really that's them in action. Yeah, lots of lines involved there.
Next.
Notice there are no watching.
No, well, I mean, I'm waiting for instructions.
Good. Now, what is good about this? Who can make an observation what she does here?
Includes other parts.
Well, it's
you're involved in the background as well.
yes, very good. The background is like a canvas. Very good. Yeah, we create contrast, no? Color. So Maria knows what she was doing indeed. Next. That's what I told you, Maria. You are a Maria. Raise up on the photo.
Shadow, yeah.
Shadow.
I was telling Maria will pray for her. All right, go back to that one though.
Okay. Will you see?
Maria, Maria, can you tell us what you're doing with that one? What were you trying to do?
And you can see she just stand.
You know what? Yeah, you know what I would have liked about that? It's like you're in a corridor, kind of. You know what I would have liked about that? If your subject was, yeah, walking.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, but you can still capture movement, no?
And if she was standing in the sunlight on the right of the picture instead.
Better yet, you see where the shadow meets the light?
Yeah.
She was right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Drama.
Cut out the right. Yeah.
I would have just cut whatever that is, side there, and you could see from understand.
You know?
Like building, not quite like that.
But you see look what Darren is doing something interesting. You can change the focus of the photograph simply by cropping and zooming in and out and so on. Right? Changes the feel of it. You like that, right? You like that feel better. You know, like let's say you're last night and the Shasni people coming to perform and they're coming through this corridor. You can catch that voice.
Yeah.
Builds up the feel of it, you know?
Yeah.
Next. Yeah, again.
Different angle.
Different, no.
More close. The medium.
Go ahead.
The medium.
Lots of lines involved there. So
It's interesting.
That's the end.
That's the end?
That's the end of this sheet.
All right,
this folder.
So you think guys think you'll be able to handle the photography part tomorrow?
Yeah.
So think about telling the story through photography, right? Think about telling the story. Interviewing now. Let's go to interviewing.
You could stand.
Yeah.
Let's thank our technical person, Daryl Brathwaite, for
Okay.
Daryl, so talented.
Whatever.
Okay, interviewing now. You have control. So interviewing here.
Besides the fact that he is so familiar with this world, he could go easier for him to go.
So we'll be exploring and documenting experiences and knowledge, preparing for the interview, looking at interviewing styles and interviewing techniques. Next. So a good interview is like a good conversation. Understanding the topic of discussion is important. You want to have, this is why literature review and all that is important, the pre-inventing work. We sit together, talk about what you'll be doing. You want to draft preliminary questions. All of you should have this document. Could you please
Take the first 3 pages.
So I guess it's maybe semi-structured because it's the questions. So you can ask him to go in the right a simple answer. It's also should be.
So explain the purpose to potential interviewees. How many have done that so far? I've gone through that first skill. Explaining the purpose to your potential interviewees. Andrea, Peter has, Marlene has. Dexter, have you? No, not yet.
We're going to school.
Inform the potential interviewees of the following. Everybody will take note on this, please. Yeah, you'll get it tonight. Information about the inventory. You might not have, you might use the word inventory, but you might want to break it down into small things. No? How long will the interview last? Sometimes you don't know. But so what you do to find out, you ask them. Ms. Margaret, how much time you think you need to talk about oil down? Ooh, you come about 6 o'clock, darling, we're done by 11. Where will it take place? Who will be present? And what will be expected? So all of this can come out in a conversation. Next, types of possible equipment: your audio recorder, microphones, video cameras. Now check to see if your phone has an audio recorder, please. Yesterday, I think someone showed you. The thing about that though, what to do is, with the audio recorder, whenever you finish recording, whatever, you name it immediately, no? You name it. So it's not just saved as audio MP3 1 or whatever. Give it a name. Name but the person, right?
Yes. And
yes.
Another point, important point, that is inside of the tools file. And then once you finish the audio recording, you have to upload it manually.
Good. Got that? So the same thing for the photos you'll be doing with the audio file. So going into this work ahead, after you go through the work with your students and school, you'll be acquiring things like microphones and video cameras, no? To get higher quality stuff, right?
Tablets.
Tablets, yeah. Teachers will have tablets, I understand. The Galaxies. The interviewer should learn the basics of using the equipment. So you'll probably have another round of training for that. Ensure that batteries are fully charged. Always have extra batteries.
Yep.
Yeah. The phones come with battery packs these days. You know, these are portable ones. Have those handy. Right? Or multiple phones. I like to wear shirts with lots of pockets. Here, notebook here, pen here, phone here, battery here, that kind of thing. No? You can, or if you're a lady, you carry a knapsack or a purse if you prefer.
I want to recommend persons to not put the phone in the pocket of your pants, because then the screen will
and warp
yes.
or break. Yeah, ladies like to do that, no? Oh, looks kind of nice, no? Amen. Did you say amen?
Amen.
Yeah, I'm going to church. Yeah. Next. Choose a location free of distraction. Easily accessible for the interview. In this case, you'll be going to them. Ask interviews where they will feel most comfortable. And then you want to minimize background noise, no? So when you go to this place, you hear vehicles running by the road. Zoom, ring, ring. Is there some place you can go to the back of the yard, maybe? You know? Cut down on the background noise, no? Next. Position the recording device. You know when you watch the news? Which one is this, by the way? It was yours? I know. So you don't have to do that, no? have to stick it in the person's face. You do a test before. You have a conversation. Nadina, we're going to test the sound on this. You might have this place and we'll talk for a bit. Put it there, you know. That sort of thing. But don't put it on things that will you create noise, no? You want to, and then you want to remove barriers from around it as well. Because if there's a fan blowing, for argument's sake, the fan will catch this. And then the argument will pick up here. No? Is there a door that may be open? So when you're seating the interviewee, they might not sit by the way. Because if they're showing you how to cook or how to make pottery or whatever, they might be moving, you know? So you might have to do the moving, right? Are there open windows? Is there an audible television or radio? Because some you'll be in a house sometimes, the children or so on will be in the laptop watching TV and cartoons and all of these things. So you can ask with their permission, Ms. Margaret, you mind turning off the TV so that we can get it crystal clear? Right. Are there any other devices nearby that might detract from the quality of the recording? Yes.
Usually, we could in advance ask them if they could please mute their phones because maybe.
Good point.
Yes, so you interview the person in red, ring the sounds and then they interrupt the interviewer. If you already went there and previous tell the people that person that you're gonna visit her or him again, then supposedly that person has to grant that time frame for you. So please could you be sure that you are muting your phone so we have a good quality of.
Well, that's good to advise in advance. I'll tell you something though. With ICH work, you have all sorts of variables sometimes, including the
fall.
The fall, you're right.
Dog.
But no, you deal with that part of it right now. That might help to enhance the story too, you know. Right? Yeah.
Every time.
You don't know that evening or morning or the fall never sleep last night. The dog barking. Margaret, please shut up your dog. Sometimes you can't help that, no?
And also, depending on where you are in the country, wind, wind is a poor thing.
Oh, okay.
It's prevalent. Yeah.
So what happened is I travel all the way up the western side to get to Grenada to do someone. And when I get there, the person making excuses and comes up in mind and forget to come in and she just say, okay, go back another day, although I'm here already, let's try to
do what you can.
Do what you can.
Then you come back again if you have
to. One thing I must say, dawned on me more as this project started was the amount of time you have to invest in it. When you see National Geographic photographer give a photo of a bird in flight catching a fish out of the river, we spent 2 years waiting on that one shot. One shot. So we have to go back and see them old people and maybe spend hours and hours to get 15 minutes.
That's how you gain weight.
Yeah.
So you have, let's say you're the audio notebook, you have this contraption here. I'll put this right here next to you, right? If you don't have it, just put it back on.
But Nigel, I think we should also point out that until people get these devices, you can just use a big stone, or I have 2 glasses there, I haven't put a stand. Right, now you're talking. Exactly. Yeah.
So depending on how you allocate the food tomorrow, you have an audio device right there. And then you also have someone roving, no? Yeah. So it said last one here says balance some quality with the comfort of the interview, you know. You don't want to put the person in a position where, because you know some people are claustrophobic, no? Some people don't have cameras coming on them every day. So they'll be in the corner like, the sound isn't good. Okay, here's another thing about sound. See the corner of that room there? If you go into the corner here, you might instinctively think that this is a good place, right? But you have to test the sound here to see if the sound isn't bouncing back and forth off the wall. No? The more like an empty room is a problem because you have more echo. The fact that their ball is in here, the sound is just bouncing off and it's more clear, no? Next slide, please. So what are good questions? Good questions inspire discussion. So when you go, it's a good conversation. Don't go, the whole point of the purpose, don't go there with all these formalities. I am Mr. So-and-so, and I'm with the Grenada National Trust and Ministry of Culture, and I'm the director of everything. So it's good, no. That's good.
Give you pay.
That's good.
Yeah,
makes people nervous. You know, and then right. You start off with something familiar to them that you can have an easy conversation about, and it can be right there depending on the situation, no? What's your dog name, Miss Margaret?
How you call the dog again?
You call the dog again? Rex. Hello, Rex. Rex, the waggy tail or bite your one out.
Technically, you ask this question before you start the video. Yeah. So you have that kind of smartly.
Yeah, the man said, have the briefing smartly. Right? You have that conversation, you're building up to the interview. Right? But you want to inspire discussion, right? And you talk about, you go in there, you say, oh, Miss Gloria has been a good example of that during the week. She constantly, we in the workshop, and she constantly interviewing Monty in front of everybody.
What's the call
it? Special oil.
So generate important and interesting information about the element. Flow naturally with the conversation. And make the interview feel comfortable and at ease. And I have some other comments. Right? Bad questions don't provide insight about the element. You know when you run into trouble when this happens. Who built the drum, Mr. Monty? Me. When you build it? A while ago.
I don't recall.
You can imagine the note taking going on.
Yeah.
You're in trouble. You better change up your strategy fast. It can upset the interviewer or make them feel awkward, no? That's some cool questions there. But this is why it's important that you do your documenting at home here. You understand your cultural context, no? So you will probably get a good feel of what is awkward and what isn't. Somebody like me interfering bad. Right? How much money you make for the month? You know, that's an awkward question. You don't ask stupidness like that, no? Unless, of course, you're trying to find out, is it something that pays Mr. Monty? Well, one time I got $300 from the ACR project.
That's a good one.
Can you boom it out, sir? Really? Boom it out.
No, but you do it in conversation. You have to tell me something because you no think about your position too in it. You're not simple, you're a collaborator, you know. Because if you will interview somebody like Mr. Newton, right? Mr. Newton knows that you know a thing or two. So you have to tell Mr. Newton, tell me something. I recall my grandfather saying so and so. I say, yeah, sure, man, sure. I remember that when them boys don't come, St. Patrick when the family name better. Right? In fact, the family name way out there, the boys used to like fight. They get a nice little story there, which matches up with the ICA team in squad. Right? That's good. That will draw out. Right? Can we go back one more? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Next. So we call this 5HH, no? Teachers use it all the time. English teachers, history teachers, literature teachers. 5HH. 5 W's and 1 H. I don't know if you ever meet some people, they can tell you a story and they give you a piece of the story, right? They give you a piece of the story. And when you ask them, and what happened? I don't know. So then why the hell you tell me the story if you don't know? So these questions provide a formula of getting the full story. What types of information are being sought? And this is this again. In our case, this is your guide, no? Can you look at the chart? Ask questions that produce the most information about the element. Next. So open-ended questions and close-ended. Open-ended sound like this. Yes, no. And you want some of that. Like if you're asking about the meaning of something. Yes, no. Is your last name Phillips? You related to the Phillips people? Yes. Are they also involved with Charlene? No. It was their grandmother, but their grandmother taught it to my grandfather, and so on and so on. It can also help to open the interviewee up, no? Because here's a trick with interviewing. Start off with questions that they know the answer to right away. You have to think about it. And their confidence will develop gradually. So close-ended can be answered with a yes or no. Provide specific information and can help the verbal review at the outset. Just like that. Next. The wording of the question. We'll look at some of the tricks here. The wording of the question shapes the way an interviewee will answer. Some people, and you want to be careful of this, you can't know more than the person giving you the information. You can have an idea about it, but you can't know more. Because if you know more, then you're interviewing yourself. Right. So you have to be careful with that. You might have some ideas, and you use that to phrase a question using neutral phrasing. No? Let's see if we can find an example of that. So I know about drumming. So I know that the djembe drum is different from the gombe drum. When I go to Monty and say, Monty, that the djembe drum you play, drum? You have a gombe in front of you, you know. Monty, right away, several problems arise. Monty, I said, this bloody man don't know what he's talking about. And two, he tried to tell me what this is. And you might create a problem for Monty. Because if you're an authority figure coming from the Ministry of Culture, or a teacher coming from Westmoreland, Monty have said, I wonder if I get a drum name correct. You see the problem?
You're right.
That's to build your confidence, right? Good.
Yeah, like someone might be passing in college, they will be a little more 10 times more because they don't really.
Yeah, you got them off guard. Right. Medina, I love your soft voice. You tired?
You made a very good point for Grenada there, because in Grenada people are very polite, and the older they are, the more polite they are. So if you making a mistake, if you come and tell that man he got the Gombe in front of him instead of something else, he don't want to upset you now. So he might even just nod quietly and not correct you because he don't want to upset you.
You see? You see? You see?
The young people might tell you what, you bounce your head or what. But
so you are doing the documentation. Now, what will show up there?
Wrong.
You'll be in problem. So avoid leading questions. So this is the thing about neutral, no? So a question that's leading is one thing, what do you call these drugs? Right? And then he will tell you what they call them. Why do you call them that? Well, I don't know, but it's named after the area, an area in Petit Martinique when we get the wood, no? Yeah, I don't know, right? But you will say. Ask questions one at a time in a manner, no? One at a time. Give the person enough time to respond to the first one, then you can follow up with the next. Because sometimes you get so excited about the thing, you don't even let them finish. You're already asking the next one, no? Yeah. That's like for students, no? That doesn't work. Right at 500. One day answer this to me, 500 first.
I want to say that you list interviewers, they are very good listeners. So if I ask Monty,
the oil.
Tell me how do you make this drum, the impact of the drum? And leave him speak, and I don't think I'm taping him, he's speaking, and I'm not interrupting him at all. So as he spoke, I listened to why, the how, the oil, the use, the oil figures.
You have that in your head.
Yeah. So I don't have to ask him another question. What's about it? He spoke about everything concerning. When he was finished, he said, is there anything else you want to say? Anyways, cover the drums. And then he got off to the skin and the cow skin and stretching and it wasn't. So I was able to capture all of my information just by asking him about 2 or 3 questions. But I listen to make sure that he's telling what I wanted to hear. And then
this one is a 3 times fun. He doesn't have that time. He's not making it. You don't have to do what you want. You're looking for education. You can be on that thing. What if you're going to interview where
27.
you just want to give information from the candidates?
It's a first. Remember though, in England, when you want a holistic picture. So you're not just here to grab and run. This is not that, right? You're there to grab that patient in scale.
The different types of focus.
There's this one guy you used to work with, right?
He's
He's
a journalist.
He's
It's
to portray the living lights out. I mean,
of the inventory.
you have to go somewhere. So when you come here, then go, man, go. Right? Not you want to start up.
And with fishermen, and I could not have gone there. I mean, pages were like 5 or 6 pages. I could not have gone and tried to ask every question. So I would set up, set up the conversation and keep listening out and how to fit in for each of the questions. And the ones that I know when I'm hearing about that, because I already know what the questions are.
Good.
I go back now and ask them to fill in the blanks.
That was for a survey.
Yeah, for a survey, but I mean, it's kind of.
You could use the same strategy. So it brings me to a point for tomorrow. You want multiple people writing. You got it? So like, let's say you're doing the interview. You won't be able to capture everything, but you'll have your team members also documenting. So what you miss, they might catch, but you also have to be attentive to some of what you miss, and then you can ask. Now, the others who are like the secondary reporters, if you think that there's information missing, you can also integrate yourself into the conversation, no? I think about audio now. And I'm guilty of this. But you're talking and I, no mess wrong. Serious? When you play back the Dava, you hear that,
That sounds like me. I don't know.
So you have to exercise, but it's a natural thing you want to prompt the person along, right? So what are alternative ways to do it?
Put the recorder as close to the person, so you're hearing their response versus your eye. I think that's so I would have read that.
Non-verbal, yes, sir. Give me an example. Open wide big.
Wow, that would be a challenge for me.
People. Yeah.
Watch her. Look at that. Two of them. Instinctively. What did you do this for? I had a boss who used to like every time you walk past my class, we do this. Then you have this. See there again. One thing is thinking, boy, is he really interested in this thing? Leaning forward.
And sometimes people would say egg.
Egg.
Egg to make sure that we're doing it on Baba, but I would say egg because they want to hear you say something that we have to know.
Okay, good. You can't just keep non-verbal
All the time. You have to edit it out because
yeah. Look, yeah. Right. So, like me, I was here. Monty, hold on, let's get that first. Did you say that the boys used to actually fight? Yes, man. You mean like fist fight? No, they have on matches. Right? You understand? Now, the reason for that is this. Depending on the output you produce, you're not only documenting it in written form and describing the elements, you're going to be producing documentaries that will show on TV, Facebook, you're popularizing, building awareness, safeguarding the elements. So some of the audio will be overlaid with the video and the photographs. That same audio you're using, so it has to be as much as possible optimal quality. Right? Now, as much as possible. Now, 1 second. And then I'll get to you. I want to get this off my chest. The community-based inventory is an interesting thing because we are prompted, we're taught by CNN and Al Jazeera. I love Andrea's voice, by the way. You hear Andrea speak? Queen's English, you know? BBC quality voice. All right? That's good. But when you're dealing with the grassroots, man and woman, I had some people look at some of the documentaries. I'll show you examples right now. Things we produce as awareness building and safeguarding. You have, and say, but why do people they talk like that? Why they sound so? Well, it's because they're the same ones documenting and interviewing the people in their community. What do you expect? We want to always measure up to these, right? That's not what we're looking for, this feel, the aware, right? Yes, sir, Maria, sorry. This, yes, this guy went first.
We want to create a facility we want to record that as well, because when my friends spoke, they can use the record as a process to complete as opposed to and instead of hearing the fillers. So the question is,
it's not that you don't want to hear it. Yeah, it's not that you don't want to hear it. Yeah, it's not because you can always edit out the question, no? If you don't want the question to be a part of it. You mean between the time the question is asked and the response?
No, you don't want to hear
Good. Good. Very good. So, two, if you're excitable like me, what happens is that you have a tendency to want to speed through. So this is why you go, you sit there first, you relax, you talk, you understand, so that there's a gradual flow through the conversation, no? Right? Next. Active listening, this is it, right there. Just Ross. What's the name of our colleague? It's John? John, no? John was absent yesterday, that's why he had a block again. We talked about that. Avoid personal opinion. Woo, me not like that at all. You don't like it, you better shut up. Next. Head nodding, smiling, eye contact. Paraphrasing. So if you don't understand something, say what you understand back to the person to see if that is what they're saying, no? Maria?
Yeah, because, for example, he gives by ourselves, no documentation, like say some fishermen, for example, when we go into the home, but interview is sort of like, like in a way, you, like I to the guy, like some kind of sexual harassment or something like you don't feel comfortable with the situation. What is the thing that you do, like you call it interview, you just say to the guy, I don't know when you spoke to me or you gave something that's in your case.
Adriana, you tell us how to do it.
What is it that you do? You say.
Good question. What do you do? I'll ask the question, put it to you. Adriana.
Somebody close the line.
Yes, I know that we cannot be always accompanied by somebody else, but it is suggested, like the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, never go around exploring yourself because you don't know what risk you're going to encounter. So it's better if you go with somebody else. It might not be part of your team, but it's possible, it might be just an observer, but you have to be, it's preferably if you go with somebody that you know. Or at least that you are on an open space, seen by several persons, women and men, who can somehow, I mean, I think that we have a sixth sense, and we know where we are under risk. I mean, if you go and approach a place and that doesn't give you, don't give you a look, follow your instinction. I mean, your intuition, you have to use your sixth sense, but it's preferably if you go with somebody else. It's my suggestion. I don't know.
And this is why you do your preparation before. You don't just show up there and think you'll get on a boat, and it's very risky, you know, to do that. You scope out the place first, no? That literally happened.
I want to re-emphasize. If we have sufficient numbers, then you already have.
That's good.
And that is good.
Right.
Sometimes you, like you say, you have to know the community, because there may be cases where you may have to use it as an idea. You know, I, as a female in my team of work, I go there, we mention and say, I meet farmers on a daily basis. Most of them are men. And
You're an extension officer, no?
Yeah. They would say things to you, but you can always, you have to kind of analyze the level of threat to know whether this is a situation where you could, probably, because it's like we you block it off and you continue, or you could say, okay, no, this is
too far. Good. That has happened to you, Miss. That has happened to you.
Our environment, our culture is so steeped in it that sometimes you're not even aware that you're handling it. It's just the way of doing. Yeah, it's something.
You know, Maria, you reminded me of journalism, no? Journalists are always, which is slightly different from the documentation and inventory work. Journalists are always trying to get that lead, and that puts journalists around the world at risk. Take Ukraine, the numbers that have been, just as an example, no? Every year, you know how many journalists have been killed and raped and all these sorts of things, no? So it's something to be mindful of too, that you can take precautions, as well, right?
Just be aware.
Be aware. Right.
Maybe,
Right.
yes, maybe I'm a type of person that I'm very passionate. When for example, I just extrapolate an example. If I travel to a country or to a new place that I don't know, I usually do some kind of research. If there's available and online, you might find the crime rate or the police station numbers. I suggest you to have that number. So those tips that you might have in hand, just to take the emergency for a hospital or something like that. I mean, I usually do that, so I think that it's applicable for these type of exercises. Yes, of course. That's important. If you go into the Arab Emirates, you have to dress a proper way because it's not even
Nadina thank you, Adriana. To that point, Nadina had a and I think I agree. I think I have heard that discussion. Maybe you could say it to Darren.
Oh,
some kind of thing that identifies you. The project, no, it's bad. Yeah.
Still here.
Are we required to wear masks or is there
I would suggest that you do. I suggest that you do because not only for yourself, but for the persons, for the safety of the persons you're interviewing, no? You understand? I would recommend that you do.
The only thing I would like is that if we are recording audio, the mask might muffle the sound that is just to the recording.
The what? Yes. The right, right. Maybe the person giving the info, they want them to be free in their environment. You're going into their space. So just use good judgment, no? Yeah. Use good judgment. All right. Next. Concluding the interview, is there anything you would like to add? Gloria already brought us our attention to that. Review your notes for unasked questions. This is why you have multiple persons involved in the process. Wrap up the interview and thank the respondents. Right? Don't forget to say it down. All right. So let's do something here quickly. Beautiful, beautiful. What we'll be doing as a follow-up. Mr. P, I'll drop these photos off for you sometime next week. If you can send your grandson up with a flash drive, or I will email them if you have an email address, that sort of thing, no? Reassure them that, as a rule, whatever you get from them, in ICA, return it to them. Good? And that will cover you all the time, because they'll never be able to say that they don't know what you're talking about. Because when they see it, they already have it.
What if you did an interview with someone in the college or something for them, and they decide to share it, probably some of us on this? Because they have it and
it's theirs. Yeah. If you don't have to safeguard the, see why not, no? You can't censor that. You can't censor that. Yes, it's
separation. If we're going out as a team, there is a need for every group member to be aware of what their responsibilities are. Not in front of the person they want them to who's asking for something. And as it was, no, you do this, that. Right. So there is a need to discuss with the team and what
be clear on that.
Good. So we'll do that now. Gloria, you are mind reader today. Right on point. So get into your groups, please.
It's a good opportunity to give the recipient or the bearer the token of appreciation for contribution. Because that's part of the
that's
thing
nice.
that we need to think about as a project team. Right? What are we saying? How are we saying that? What momentum are we living with this guy for contributing to heritage safeguard? So I think we will need us as a team for ideas for the TNT to consider as part of the project. Because branding is important in terms of, you said you have a jersey, but that would be that. You have a badge, as well as in terms of ensuring that the people from the community appreciate that this is not a flash in the pan.
Good point.
But again, we need to show that out to the participants like ourselves, how we want to see this kind of thing happen. So we have jerseys, we have pins, but it could be like
you have people who do this kind of work because it's their passion and so on. Like Miss Gloria, I imagine, like Miss Marlene, I can picture them, you know. And you have people who would love to do it because there's some incentive involved as well, no? It'd be good to incentivize And I know the G&T have thought along these lines. Right, and so after we get into our goals, we'll address that before the day ends, no? Go ahead, Darren.
Okay, no, go ahead, man.
I was just going to say, just by way of questioning, the fact that these persons are the gatekeepers or the guardians of this knowledge, or is because they've probably made a concerted effort to hold on to it, to harness it over the years. I think one of the questions we could ask them is that, okay, you're sharing it with us. What would you like us to do with it? How would you like us to help? Just so we have a knowledge, because many of them have been trying on their own, to really preserve it and to share it. And sometimes they burnt out or they give up. They might not have the strength. Just to get some insight into what it is that they would desire. We may not be able to do much with it, but to have an idea as to, so they may say, I really wanted to go into schools and really share it with the children, or I really wanted to write a book, or I really wanted to, whatever it is, create a recipe book or whatever it is. So it might be a nice thing, apart from all questions that we're going into to speak to them about, is to ask them, what it is that you would like us to do with this? What was your desire, intention for keeping it for so long? It might be the last thing, they may not have the strength to do it, but by sharing it with us, we can realize a dream or two of theirs.
Good. Good insight. Dara?
What stuck with me, because certain things just stick with you. It's almost like a horror story. When I heard Gloria Bonaparte talk about the lady in Goa with tears or whatever, almost in tears. In fact, she wasn't about, well, I gave this story before, nobody do anything with it. I mean, it's heartrending, right? So we have to make sure that we ask people that question. It's really good. The second thing, and this Nigel can answer this because he's not from Grenada. In Grenada, there is a social side to conversation. If a conversation takes more than 20, 30 minutes, you have to have a drink. I'm telling you straight, because talking is thirsty work. And I feel bad if I'm going to ask somebody for information and I dare squeezing them and draining them of information, and I can't even buy them a drink. What is wrong with me? I feel bad. I wouldn't be able to do it. So the thing is, now this is going to cost you all money. Apart from buying a stand for the camera and the thing.
Thanks for telling me.
The refreshments and entertainment budget, we cannot ignore that. And it's a practical thing, because if you go in somebody's home, they might offer you something. But if you're meeting somebody outside and you're taking their time, you got to buy them a drink. So how are we doing this?
Yeah, the young folks who are here, that may not have that refreshment budget.
Right.
How do we support that?
Yeah.
Any one of us will have that.
Yeah. So for tomorrow, what we want to do, tomorrow is a short experiment. So I don't know how long it's staying with people, but we want to hand out some money to take care of the traveling, you having something to refresh yourself anyway, which is lunch or whatever you want to call it. And also included in that is something you could offer the interviewee. You want to share this with me? We having this, we having that, whatever. Okay. So I see you raising your hand. So this is we have to discuss that today, because the bank closes at 2 o'clock. I want to know how much cash I'm going to pull out there to share out among the people who are in these teams tomorrow. So let me hear from you.
My question was, after we learn the people, we compile and we see as possible. So contact with the same that cooperation. What happens is people are also using that and selling,
It was okay.
It's there.
Yeah, marketing or selling it.
It is there. Yeah, there must be some kind of argument.
Yeah.
We go on record. We go on record. We don't, we recommend that people together. They don't have it like that.
Okay.
They will know it's about your parents.
Okay, listen to this then, Kurt. If you think that this is an issue, then you have to iron out how you deal with it collectively. You have to iron that out. If you think that will be an issue, no?
Are we sharing the raw product or the final?
So, with them, the raw.
The raw, that's what I'm saying. And not that, I'm getting a question at this stage, Bob, for this stage for us, so whether a person wants to use that to make money or, like you say, theirs, we just have to put it out, but at the same time, we know that we are signing up for volunteer results, so to speak.
Andrea, so you're saying it should be that way.
An agreement, yeah. Understand.
Rachel and Nadina, can you factor that into one of your, see, just as, it doesn't mean you have to have a final, but certainly to put a note there.
Like what you were saying, it's their ICH. If they interview and they have their voice and they're talking about something and they want to do it for the ICH, that is a way of saying that, and I don't think we stand in the way of that at all. Rather than the fact that we as individuals are in it, so we do the work. We are doing the work because they want it to be out there.
Your collaborators.
So I don't think that we should be any charge, we should limit.
And a million persons have done that before. Taken it from them and done millions.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Okay. Back to the question, I'm so sorry. Some time ago, I went around and this is really farmers because they are especially and we see their practices and so on. And I published what I was working for the government. It was a government publication, and I published like the different women's. I just transcribed their answers to their responses to the question that I had, and then kind of section was sort of like a context and analysis and so on. And I published, and so the government published that. And then me telling that one of the women, because I went back and I gave them copies. So what she did with her copy, she made copies of the copy. And then she was studying. So even though government was giving a free, she was studying the finished
copies of it.
The book. And you know, so she was making a profit, whereas you're not, you know, nobody else, the government. And so that kind of reminds me of the I personally felt a bit odd about it because like I said, the other women they didn't benefit and they didn't make it into someone being opportunity and so on. So you know, I mean it's possibly something.
I don't know how to address that, to be honest.
Right.
Andrea, and then Antonio.
So we are going to school where we probably doing the maple.
No,
So I make some sandwiches and give them a
well, you see, whatever, you know,
I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, but we have to be careful about going over more than 5.
Make some sandwiches.
That's nice. I'm ready.
And then there's something on the screen there. There's something really fun. No, on this screen here.
It's okay, multitasking.
Trying to save money by not having someone to do what you do. So we can spend money on that.
And
Sharing.
thank you. Good insight, Andrea. Antonia, and then Newton.
It shouldn't be a problem. It's eventually their own. We would just have to accomplish it should be
I don't know what's the thing we should pay for it.
Right.
I'm saying we doing this work, we should get this together. Is there some kind of straight thing? You moving everything. Yes, but just can't and just we there must be some kind of handle on what. You settle that. You mean that because we volunteers of this year. What we must have some accreditation. These are people that we will follow. Not because we do the wrong way, then you start creating it all you want. And then marketing all you want. What of course is that?
Okay, if there are, okay, one other thing then, if you're going to produce things for commercial gain, I can see why you'd want to do that, no? If there's commercial rights involved. But outside of that, I don't see why you should, no? I don't see why you should.
Because once we do something, for example, something like something like
no, commercial means that you're going to make money from it. This is that's Newton? Let's hear Newton, please.
First, I didn't understand the question. Raising some particular issue. One understanding, National Trust is carrying the project. Whatever comes out of anyone trying to use that notion is breaking, whether it's written or not, a contract. Whether we pay people for it, whether we have to go to investment government, it is public. And what we do, let me finish another. What we do, we go there, we speak to people, we give them our trust. And anyone has any should come and should explain to these people. If you don't like to get back to them. I think that's good.
Yeah, that's a good one. What I've had experience in the past was communicating, build relationships, because it really is a relationship building thing. And I can't emphasize it enough. No? For those of you who will continue to do this, it's not a thing where you just do one off and it's done, right? You will have to show up at funerals, right? You'll get invited on Sundays to dinner. You might end up being God-fearing, right? The point being that as a result of that, they'll call you and say, Daryl, Mr. Daryl, remember you had a video that this is how to get to that point, no? Mr. Daryl, remember those videos? They have a man down from one from Grenada TV at 5, wanting to do, and I told him that I have this interview, can I go ahead and use it? And Darrell will say, yes, no, sure. Just tell him that the footage came from the trust. And that
I was just was gonna ask, is the purpose of this for commercial use?
no
It's for public consumption. Correct?
education and awareness.
And so if a person decides to take it and profit out of the person, in my opinion, that has to go forth and fight and so they get money out of it, is the IC fair, not us, but like they could give credit. So we would mention in the same consent, as a courtesy, give credit to. So make that sentence as strong as I want, and then it's richer. So make it as strong. You write up your strength.
On what of them coming to us before media, is there any situation where we intend to tell them no? Is saying no even an option? If saying no is not an option, and answering them yes, then what is the purpose? Is it there's no actual, there's no reason for it to be out and ending. So if there's a case where my aunt says, hey, you took this video of me dancing there, and I want to put it on my website to promote my new branch of my company on the classes, and to get it out, come see that in the classes. Saying no is not an option, unless you really have to do it. Put it on you. And you're anything like this. Who made it program, and they want to enter from our competition, or they want to sell things that were proposed to us. It's them. You can't say, oh, you're that. You can't you have to credit you for your picture of your face. No, unless they sold us the rights to it.
Yeah.
And there's no selling of our that you can't. So if there's no option, then they can't be aligned.
Okay.
So
Okay.
So I can only tell you something you have to resolve because of your context. But in Belize, we don't place any restrictions on it, no? As a matter of fact, if they want to show it in the community center, they have by all means, we're happy to have them do it. Right?
Yeah, listen.
Right.
Yeah, hold on. Sustainability is about the marriage of education, really, and development with commercialization. Because money has to be involved for something to last long term. We can't be asking donors all the time to sustain the thing that we're interested in. We have to find a way to create commercial spin-offs. So the irony of this conversation is that we should actually be encouraging people to make a commercial spin out of this information that they're getting. And we should be considering that a success, and we want to hear if anybody is able to commercialize this and enhance their income. We want to hear about that because that's a success story. Now, the challenge with the trust is that it costs us money to gather information, and we want it available for school kids to do research and all kinds of things. We don't want to charge them money to go to our website and download information, but we need money too. So it's a heck of a thing. Yes, yeah.
I recommend I pass it on to the tables, I see or whatever. They have some kind of right over it as well. It's not just because I recommend everything on there's other charge. So take off the charge thing, charge, paid for stuff. The paid for stuff person get it, I want to sell what they want. But are the persons that, let me see, the heritage committee, what light, what shine they getting for going for long from, going all this thing? Because you know, you don't.
This is what the series is shine here.
Yeah, right.
I would just say something.
Dexter, go ahead.
Yeah. Now, the Andrea is. All right.
I think the objective of the project is to safeguard and, record OIC. That's the objective of the project. And we, as individuals, volunteer to do it. So if the persons who we interview want to use that to make profit, it's up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as one of the other participants was saying, in profiting in it, you can highlight who did the work in a show.
That's right.
But sometimes when you commercialize ICH, the over commercialization could destroy ICH, and that's what we don't want.
Yeah.
I'm just hearing you mention the rights, and I think, I could be wrong, but the other person that has the rights here is the person who directly has the part of what we go here.
I mean, it's okay, I don't know about the
Yes, because I don't think we have.
No, let Andrea. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm getting a bit of conflicting, because in the beginning, we accidentally pull out this form.
Yes.
Where the trust is agreeing not to do certain things. And then the individual themselves turn around and do certain things with the commercialized and so. So then what if we decide to, in some strange way, decide to blame the trust because it ended up in the wrong hands? Or maybe it didn't come from the trust, but it came from them because of maybe where they channeled it through or whatever. How would you differentiate?
It's hard for me to answer. I don't know. I have to give us a scenario.
Because sometimes it may, let's say it may end up on, I don't know, YouTube or some kind of stuff somewhere. But it's not the trust that put it out for it to end up there. Maybe the individual themselves probably did something and they didn't put protective measures in place.
Yeah.
And then they want to blame the,
No, but what would be the blame? The individual put it there. Who's going to blame who for what?
It's not that the individual put it on YouTube, but maybe because of certain things the individual may have done with the raw material when they got it. Some other third party, got hold of it and decides to maximize profits and so on. So would they? What if the individual does want to lay liability on the trust when in fact it was something they did?
Yeah.
Well,
the only thing you can advise them, that's a good point.
So maybe in the
You want to have
I'm just
session?
saying in the documentation we have to have something to cover any scenarios like that, the consent form or whatever.
Guys, did you hear?
I go over videos and photos and whatever like that. Should be put into the trust for it is my stuff. Because that's what I'm trying to ask you. So all this stuff is trust. So then, if someone wants it, someone wants it, that means they have to do it.
Yes.
It depends. Everything depends. Everything depends on the contract.
Good.
Because, for example, you've been a volunteer. I do all this stuff. I don't want to always you will try to do these things. When all is said, you want to trust me, whatever decision.
I think it's centralizing
When
information.
Nadina and Rachel, no, you weren't?
But that's what I said. I was not saying.
All right, so they outline a document that describes the use of the materials for this purpose, right? And we're saying education, awareness raising, promotion, those are things that are legitimate. No money is being made. However, there's a back-end situation now that you need to pay attention to. You see how that information is being loaded onto this Dropbox? And this is something I raised. You will need to have someone doing additional data entry, what you call the metadata, which will indicate the person, and this is accrediting or acknowledging the person doing the photography and the video is always critical. So if you're doing it for the trust, then you will say the trust. If the photographs are appearing in a documentary, the photographs and video appear will say Grenada National Trust, and they will have her, what's her last name? Photographs for Philip, Newton, Alexander, Norris. So you will get specific acknowledgement for photographs that appear there, no? Video by GNT, and so on, Kim, Julian, and so on, right? That's where you get the credit. Information provided by Monty. So, and just write down the line like that, no? But why you'll be able to do that is because the system of information storage will have the metadata entered there. That is a critical part of what happens, no? Right?
Yeah.
So you have to choose as the individual if you're going and do that interview, take that photo for your personal use and business.
But you can't do it on behalf of the trust.
Yeah.
So you decide before you go, before you do this, what is my purpose is for the church here. So I think that's what you have.
Okay, I want to add something important. There's too many aspects involved in this project. So one is we know that we're thinking future, but we were talking about the exercise tomorrow, which has a letter, a tentative or a template letter sent that might be improved when the real time of the field work comes, which will be between July and September of this. The persons who are here is because you agreed to be here. You agreed to be part of the first workshop and the second workshop because you have shown your motivation and your interest in safeguarding ICH elements. So when you go out there, you see, yes, you will have this expectation. You see the Proud of My Heritage, that's a brand. And behind that brand, we have been funded by UNESCO. So that's why you always see the both logos used.
Right.
You cannot use or any third party that you are interviewing. You cannot use those logos. Grenada National Trust, neither Proud of My Heritage, neither UNESCO. If you are deciding, not saying you, somebody else, because they got this material after, and they want to do something with that material, they have to ask the permission of Grenada National Trust, which is leading the Proud of My Heritage work project, and at the same time, Grenada National Trust has to request permission from UNESCO to any use of the logo, because we have a time frame and specific activities contemplated in the time frame of the project. If we realize that there are another findings, activities, or on further activities that might develop in the time because of the interaction of this project. There's a separate initiative that we need to brainstorm and agree what we're doing, because that might be a new project or continuity of these projects. But anything contained within this project is protected in these ways, and we trust in the team that we're having here, and it's a matter of trust. And at the same time, we ask him again, if you want to document, or meanwhile you're going outside and you go into the field work, you know who is who. So try to avoid situations. I'm not saying that the people don't have the right to do things. Again, we know that we are surviving about COVID, and there are a lot of musicians, ICH practitioners, were suffering and still suffering the consequences of COVID. They have the right to still perform and doing what they want. If they want the photo, because they want the photo, so listen, once you publish the photo, can I have it? Then yes, the National Trust will provide it with all the credits and all the protection needed. So that's what I want to make clear. I don't know if you have something to
just to, you mentioned that something crossed my mind. What if the person tells us to come and take photos of them while performing a paid gig at a particular business place? We go. So they're being paid and they want us to come take the photos there. And let's say the business.
So I would suggest in my mind, because we have more experience than us in this matter, try to avoid those business names. So you have try to avoid showing directly the business and indirect form of promoting them. Once we have the inventory list, we know the location. And not only that, we're going to publish the digitized version of the ICH inventory list. But as part of that, we're adding to an app that already exists, which is the heritage map that's open and free for persons. So we're adding that information, which is a very deep information, and it includes a lot of things to do after or meantime this project is happening. It is one of we identify each ICH element and their location. They're gonna appear in these apps where the person, whatever it is, click on the map, have to access or nowadays by a smartphone, any smartphone or Google Drive or Google app, sorry. And then download it, and then they can have, okay, let me see this map, and click on this button. Oh, here in St. Patrick's, I find out the shortening. That person who wants to visit that specific person who is a practitioner of ICH might have that benefit. So for us, it's an indirect form of benefit in those support.
So my role, I want to make some.
I think one of the things that we have to do also is that people involved with the project has to have some kind of selective engagement.
Yes.
In fact, you may even have to go as far as to write some code of conduct. These are things that sometimes you start a project and it has to be done as you will and so there are things still to be done. So some of these matters that we raise these are like some risks that we will face if we don't put certain measures in place. So it's important that the project sponsors and managers understand and appreciate those things, because that is what will give every individual what are the terms and conditions under which you're going out there. So we're going out there under the terms and conditions for tomorrow with a gentleman's understanding that we are going and we're taking risks and so on. But we can't be doing that when we actually have to do the work, and these gray areas are unresolved. So that is the comfort that I believe the project has to give the practitioner. So you know it's voluntary, subject to where possible, if resources are available, people who volunteer should be forced to anything if there is anything. And so on. So that is part of because of the project execution discussion that has to be had. I want to give everybody necessary comfort.
Peter, I want you all to recognize something. The room is very skewed, you know. The composition of the room is skewed. And part of the reason we're having this deliberation is because we don't have many practitioners and IT pairs in the room. All right? We're collaborators with. We should actually, and this is why I mentioned that Brian and Daryl, at future implementation will require you actually bringing peers and practitioners to these sessions and you have these discussions, no? Because in a way, their perspective will help to inform the practice as it emerges, no? So it's like an emerging practice. You have to understand there are certain guidelines, but it will emerge in your context and you will have to shape it, no? Right? Yes, ma'am.
Something like, for example, size was during that period of time that something like Canada launched. There is a lot of protected recording and show, so I think you may have to get pre-permission before you actually go. Some of those places so that they know what to focus.
Yes, indeed, we talked about that. You notice Monty has been very valuable to our discussions. Yes, Monty sharing his experience helps to inform how we think about things. But we need more of that in these environments. You understand what I'm saying? So we understand the process that we will. We have a frame already. Peter used the term, we're going as gentlemen, and we are going with a particular understanding. Nadina and Rachel prepared a particular, and they'll deal with that right now again. We're almost, we need to get into our groups now, guys.
Yeah.
Let's do that, please.
Yeah.
We have something, and then let's convene, and we'll have one final discussion before we go.
Right.
Just one thing, I just thought once he was very fast as a practitioner, maybe he'd want to share our background, whatever.
On this tired of feeling.
Yeah. Let me share an example. Performance standards were approved. And after about a year, I found what I was getting was not enough. My son was still at school. In fact, the principal challenged me. Well, not challenged, you understood because my son contributed to the choir. He was in choir at Petition College. And one night I said, let me go to the guy, judge entertainment, and ask him how much they charge, how much they pay the group. So when I went to him, he said to me, I can't tell you that. So he said, the protocol is different. I went back at him the same night. And I said, because I started feeling fed up. I wasn't getting sufficient. So when I went back to him, he said, let me tell you something. I could tell you on Friday night, for 15 minutes, that's the kind of money the groups get. So that's all I can tell them. I can't wait about back again. I said, well, okay, it's 15 minutes, they could get that. How much is an hour performance? So I started doing a little calculation myself. I went back. So I said, so for the hour show, how much again? I said, about 4 grand. And I asked him, I tell him. I said, well, that could get about 4 grand. He said, yes, I was one money. I felt like somebody take a sled and beat me. I left immediately. I stopped doing the group one time, not leaving physically, but in my spirit I left. But in fact, I tell you, lady, I finished from the night, but I still had the protest to give a few weeks to get drummers to do what we were doing. As soon as, well, once she couldn't get a guy, so she had to leave this. So I did it another group, same thing happened. As soon as I left, no money. So apparently, Grenada had this thing bent on them, disrespecting the musicians. So this, or me, maybe I'm too, you know what I'm saying? But and then they would take a picture and say, so I'll give you all the details. You don't need to go anywhere. They don't respect you. As
you know what you'll have to start to do is this thing, because it may be culturally difficult too, because I can understand. You might just have to start setting your price.
Yeah.
Now, I need to know now, does anybody think they would have difficulty? They need a letter of introduction to go where they're going tomorrow, to do the interviews tomorrow. I know it would help in the future that you can email out something saying you'd like to come to your school or whatever it is. But I'm assuming that everybody has made these arrangements based on personal contact. They know somebody, and as Peter said, it's a gentleman's agreement. We're coming by you tomorrow, and the formalities are not all going to be in place.
Within that, the group leader, when use that term, it might be prudent. Our group leader walk one. Not all of us will take time.
Have multiple.
Then the group leader have a copy of that, and then we can see it. Let's see how it gets.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So.
I think we have an understanding, but we should have the letter sent ready.
Yeah, we with that right now. Should I
write in the name?
Yeah, but what I was asking for, not a letter of consent. I'm assuming that's going. But do you also need to, like this afternoon, send an email to the whoever it is, saying we come in tomorrow and this, you know.
Well, this is what we need to.
This is a verbal understanding, but in future that will be part of the process. Okay.
All right. So yes, Maria.
So just last.
Mm.
I'm concerned about the branding. I mean, this is our logo. Like the logo, my data. We do like see that is to win over the pregnant.
You have a thing against pregnant women?
Too hard to say because I'm rather present. But this is our logo. We need to embrace our logo. Now, it's the WhatsApp group. We need to use the logo. It's the teaching or everything. We need to embrace the logo and from here in our communication, like this logo, like Grenada, National France.
Grenada and ICH is pregnant.
Well, it's expecting something. Okay.
All right.
So your group.
So you see the time, right? Let's see if we can.
Nigel, if it's okay, can you pair Rachel with someone else so we can be on the board for a couple of hours as well? So this will get us in consent. I know she could handle it.
Did you? So that we can print them unless the group leaders can print them. All right. Yeah, the one that, yes, we have. Guys, get into groups quickly, please. And then I'll give you some. Yeah. You leaving now? Oh. Yeah. Sit a little ways apart from each other so that you don't interfere. Let's say a few things.
Within our group?
Yes, within your group. Yeah.
As Bonaparte, yes, if you could just be in that corner here.
You don't want to just call it before it goes to the.
Mountain Chutney on the side. Mountain Chutney.
What's the name of this group?
No, we have.
We have one group. We have
Said
one
it's in a
group.
corner somewhere.
In a grab your chair? No, inside. You want me to go with your pen? Huh? Yeah, you have an option of pen.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, if you want to put it here, you can stand.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Thank
So the ladies who are leaving with the sort of phones, I'm going to tell her to give them back to the reader. So he can send it to us.
But you know something? Who are you speaking to? Telling me who said that we need drop off. Find a registration.
Es mío.
No.
Mío. This one says.
So before you proceed, let me just say a few things for our early coordinators here. So one, on Friday morning, I'll tell you what the output should be, so that will help you with your discussion. When you come in on Friday, we will do a debriefing. Each group will get 15 minutes to say, this was our experience, and you'll talk about all the components, the interviewing, getting there, the challenges, some of your experiences, the good ones, things like a debriefing, no? Whatever it is you went through. After that, you will get about 2 hours to prepare a presentation using your video and photographs and the text that you would have written, video, photographs, audio. You'll prepare a presentation in which you will tell us what the ICH is based on your experience in the field. So by the time we look at it, we will get us, so that's short need. So we have a good visual, audio, component description of the elements, right? Once we do that, then we will collectively critique the presentation. I've seen some groups produce a whole video. The minimum I'm asking for is a PowerPoint. Right? The minimum is a PowerPoint. You can integrate video into the PowerPoint. You can integrate text. You can integrate photographs. Right? Straightforward enough? Right now, when you convene in the groups, 1 second. When you convene in the groups, begin to assign roles based on the skills. Who will be your primary interviewer? Assign a secondary interviewer, someone to do audio. It might be the same interviewer. Someone to do photography, someone to do video. Multiple people can play multiple roles depending on people who can write and can piece things together. Those are the kinds of people you might want to harness their skill. People who like doing the photography and want to harness the skills with the knowledge that you might end up doing all of them yourself at some point, no? So going forward, it's a model for the trust. So what will happen is
Yeah, correct.
When you begin the actual field work within the next year or so, next 2 years, as the convention progresses, you will actually come in.
Yeah, but
Dion and Andrea will come in a weekend and say, next week we're planning to go here.
I'll do that.
And you will pick up your equipment, you'll get the resources, and then you go out and do it, and then you return the information, right? That sort of thing. So you'll be deploying multiple skills.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So
that is 5.
I think that's it. The rest is up to the ICH coordinators.
Okay, I got it.
Andrea, Dexter, Marlene, they will provide the remaining instructions. So I will see you. The ministry has their own elite commando team there. Culture commando. Yeah, I like it. I like it. You know why I relate to them? Because that's why I work in government. That's why I fit in, no? So give yourself a name. So we have the rebel. They're rebelling. One group might be the miserable. Culture commandos. Culture commandos. All right. So we have the rebels, the culture commandos.
So if you needed to send it out to somebody and send it back. Yeah. But
I see you've gotten rid of one of the members. Good move. So recap quickly, debriefing your experience. Friday, you will debrief. You will prepare your presentation, present it, and then we critique. Right? In the meantime, I will talk with Rachel and Daryl, and we will get that consent form to you through the WhatsApp group. We'll even try and print some before we leave right now. Pre-brand informed consent. Yes. So go ahead, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, join you on that side. Yeah.
Or they're supposed to be iPhone and stuff. Well, the audio is the audio.
You know, two separate functions. Two separate functions.
So just working by one person sentence. We have about
I really don't mind any strength is my strength is I'm going to the secretary
Julie,
I think you should get time. Because as much as I try to know,
okay, so I had no, I tried to make it John. Before we leave here, and follow up with
You have other things.
No, what next? Thank you. No. I'm rushing to get the phone. 5 more phones. The phones.
So one quick, may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, oh, hey! Shut up!
Sorry.
Mr. You don't give me permission to say that. He said, say it. Oh, shut up. Yeah, that's terrible. What's wrong with me?
Right.
So, you should ask an important question. All of you have the information
from
so
24
you
to
should be
28.
using, you have, oh, by the way, I always work with a notebook. So you take notes.
Yeah, so
and
what
at the same time, you can be simultaneously.
Yeah, but what I'm
that
saying,
form
you
as you
give me the
interview.
password so I
Okay?
can set up the drop-off.
Right. So a couple of people, especially, so have multiple forms
Yeah.
that we can just be writing.
Somebody did it. Somebody did it.
Complemented with the notebook.
Maybe it was, I don't know what it was, but I need the password.
You want more?
Set up the
Right, yeah. You feel
Yeah, set up it. And you send it on WhatsApp, right?
Yes, that's what you do right now.
So I'm going to be on video.
Hi, everybody. Now, Maria, go back into the
Right.
Yes.
So when we get there, I'll get tomorrow.
And then I guess decide who's starting a question. How long will that interview questions before the next person takes, you know, and how long will we intend to be with this person? So that they're informed of that as well. Right.
So they're asking to open some more forms. Yeah, when? For when? I mean, I can email them to my office, and they will print it. But what we mean that
Sorry? Riverside. We are.
okay, so you use the
And then,
what we looking for? So we just space all percent.
No, like one piece. To understand how short
On today, Friday. So Kelvin.
Sorry, I'm like.
Oi, oi.
Oh, right, yeah, but I'm.
Shit.
I was thinking something like.
All of that is I saw I saw. What you also did. You don't want to romanize it.
Yeah, but it's not going
Right. You want them to final instructions tomorrow? You want to give them final instructions tomorrow?
Yeah. I mean, the coordinators are the ones to give those instructions. Huh?
All right.
Thank you for doing that, by the way.
So just for clarity, the coordinators will give you instructions and I guess collectively about where to convene tomorrow. All right. So you don't come here tomorrow. Tomorrow you'll go have fun in the field. Good luck to everyone, and I'll see some of you tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes, lunches.
We can start.
Right.
Is that full coming?
Yeah, I be honest.
Lunch is there.
So we go to lunch now?
Yeah, lunch. So let them know lunch and then go.
Lunch and go. I think that's what Darrell is saying.
This might be the last supper. You don't know what you're going to meet out there tomorrow.
So she will meet us over there.
Yeah.
It will be 5 of us also. Would you be?
Yeah.
And then I would sponsor the sandwiches.
Right.
She'll meet us over
So
there.
see, all the coordinators will get the cash.
Okay, all right.
Marlene, don't you know?
I'm going back to thank you.
Big man Ezra, how's it going, sir?
That'll give you some breaks, you know, traveling.
You're busy. That's good.
And when I'm ready to come back, a little sleep, I'm ready to go. Good. But what do you want?
Lots of part of it.
He's a resident expert in culture, you know.
Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, remember that everybody here comes from
Five, 3, 5, 6.
Sorry.
Five, 3, 7.
Oh, okay. And I'm video. Yeah.
So Daryl covering Daryl.
Why?
How's it going? My friend is
Oh, yeah. Just finishing up something here. Wait, taking this man for a while now later. After cross to the entrance, I just come up by West, the whole point and turn left and go up towards yeah, always.
Yeah, man, I see, man.
Yeah. So what I could do, I could call you, I just taking a little drive around town, around like 5:36. And we're going up there for 7. So you could do good? Yeah, you could meet us by West Junction there, by 10 to 7 kind of.
You know what the plaza they have, right? That's the whole point there, on the left, right side?
Yes, correct. Yeah. So, yeah, man. What are the 7, 10 to 7 minutes? Yeah.
So when you leave
Sunday. Yes, sir. I do. Let me play a video. If I play a video, they have audio.
Yes, it's from you. And the volume is on there. You can adjust it either way.
I think I'll do it on Friday.
I can say it, well, you're entertainer.
So we have to be mindful. And then regardless of what's that input name, are we all on now? So maybe
So, do you want me to get that guy to join in on Friday morning? Right? The drummer, the drummer?
And out of all of
So, his name is Joshua Rana. It's like a documentary around the ICA trouble deeds. Yeah. I don't think we have
accompanied by the rhythms of steel, drums, and other traditional instruments. Along with the music, the villagers, accompanied by friends and relatives who have returned to dance and sing as they sing from home to The history of Ram can be traced back to the early 1700s, when enslaved Africans were brought in from the Mahogany, cedar, and other timber from the forest. This often resulted in men being away from their families for most of the year. Over time, the Christmas season therefore served as the greatest opportunity for
you gotta use that.
I'll show some more of it on Friday so you have examples.
And see that you were talking about providing cash for
that coming.
Okay.
Yeah. we gotta eat first because you see all of this meat on an empty stomach, you might get giddy.
No, I know the king. That's not the word.
Culture understand the word of Africans and the
yeah, but I trying to set something up now with the phones before you
Yeah, I mean, normally if you go to
if I see no, this is the thing. I don't know what you. I didn't even know you had a page. Boy, let me see. Yeah, that's what I'm working on now. Yeah, the guys on the phone please have it. Oh boy. Might have it, you know. I don't know how long it's going to take them to do it, but hopefully by the time we finish lunch, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah.
We send that to the coordinators. We'll do that.
Drive me away if you like. How am I going to get that camera?
I don't know. I'm working on it now as we speak. Yeah. Z is capital, capital Z.
So already said we speak all of them.
I'm just trying to get the phones ready for lunchtime. I don't know. I might be able to make it tomorrow. Yeah.
So who going to Monkey shopping tomorrow? Which of you?
Shantimel?
No, Shantimel. Yeah, Shantimel are shopping too.
Oh, but where's the shop?
I am going to Monkey.
Oh, that's up in
Yeah, we had to get up there before 9:30. St. Patrick Public.
I haven't coordinated whoever I can get a ride with.
Right. So okay, would you be ready for let's say 7:15 in the morning? Right? So I'll come and get you.
All right.
Good. Get your breakfast early and
one more, please. If you come in, I'm going to shut it. But if you're coming,
no, I'm going to the West Coast. I'm going over the hills.
Yeah. I come from St. John. Carol, is it possible please to pick up that phone by you tomorrow morning? If it's not ready now.
I don't know.
Wait, tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I mean, yes. All I could say is
tomorrow morning to pick him up.
Well, I'll drop it by him tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So he will have it. So that problem solved.
Anywhere along the way, phone me and we'll liaise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's no point if you're going to.
Yeah.
Okay. So Pete, so you're saying give you a call?
Yeah.
Before I leave here?
Well, or after on the way, or it doesn't matter.
Well,
Or we will leave the phone with the Shantimel with the people from Sotels.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, 2 people from Sotels here.
Yes.
Harmony and Katie.
Which
they are in our group.
They're in your group.
Yeah, so we leave the phone with them and they will then call you.
Oh, no problem.
That'll be easy.
Yeah, as long as you get a phone.
All right.
Yeah, as long as
so what are the parishes doing?
St. David and St. George. So you get
how you're arranging to give them the stipend for their movement?
Adriana's at the bank getting the cash and she handed it out
at
lunch.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, he's the principal in
and you've got
St. George's on again.
Yeah. Yeah. And Marlin is the whole entry parish. And then the Caribbean people doing something. Where are the culture people going? Where the culture people going? Ministry of Culture.
They're doing going off Seaworth.
Okay. That's it. That's over in Western Holiday, right?
Right. But they're going at 4 p.m. You have to go in the evening.
Okay.
Yeah.
24.
You got a lot of, as a matter of fact, you got a lot of, but they're destroying a lot of the habitat because of that. Very close to the shore, and you know, it's doing some good, but it's destroying.
Yeah. Nigel, we suggesting to the leaders that they bring a gift to the practitioner.
Good.
All right.
You already did?
Oh, you know, I just speak to the 2 weeks. Marlin.
But I'm sure Marlene has that figured out too, knowing her.
Yeah.
Marlene has that innate thing in her about
You
that.
recorded stuff?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So it's 7:15, 7:30, okay, because I don't think breakfast is until 7. Breakfast here it isn't until 7.
Call and tell them.